Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the abrupt start to the day, but welcome to Brookings. I'm Mike O'Hanlon. I have the privilege and pleasure of just briefly kicking things off today. I'm from the Strobe Talbott Center on Security Strategy and Technology, as our military fellows and intelligence fellows that we're blessed and really privileged to host each year at Brookings. I've been here now almost 30 years, which means I've seen well over 100 fellows come and go, and they may come and go, but what they teach us and what they do for the nation both endure. Really, from the point of view of Brookings, we could not ask for a better collaboration than to each year have between usually 4 and 8 fellows from the U.S. intelligence, military, Department of Homeland Security, and sometimes Japanese self-defense force communities. And today, our 4 fellows of 2022-2023 have organized a conference, as you well know, on a crucial issue facing the country, which is really getting to the core of the people of the armed forces and the intelligence community, and how we make sure that we get our best and brightest to want to join, to serve, and to stay. So the topic today is, as you know, recruiting and retention of the national security workforce. And I'll let the moderators and panelists talk about the actual substance of the challenge in just a second, but I think you all know that because of a combination of COVID and general trends in demographics, and perhaps to some extent cultural issues, perhaps a little bit the fallout of the kind of polarization we've had in our country in the last few years, we've seen some serious problems emerge in recruiting and retaining people for the national security enterprise. Just last week, we had General McConville here at Brookings. He didn't talk about a recruiting crisis for the Army, but he talked about very serious problems. And he wants to prevent the problems from becoming a crisis. And that's what today's discussion is all about. So I'm just going to say a word or two more. We're here for the next 4 hours. We hope you are too. At 12:15, we'll serve you boxed lunches and come back for the wrap-up, which will be our Air Force fellow, Jason Wolf, interviewing retired General Lori Robinson, the first woman in U.S. history ever to run a combatant command. And 20 years ago, she was an Air Force fellow here as Lieutenant Colonel Lori Robinson at Brookings, so we're especially pleased to have her return. Unfortunately, that'll just be virtual because she sprained her ankle, but she's coming through, she's recovering, and her mind is as clear and ready to go as can be. So that will be our wrap-up session. Before that, and starting with this panel, Scott England, our intelligence officer and intelligence professor and dean at National Intelligence University, will moderate a panel looking at the broader national security workforce with a particular eye towards the intelligence world, which, as you know, is a crucial and quite large part of our national security enterprise. And a different kind of challenge presents itself when trying to recruit and retain this workforce. And it has its own challenges, its own problems today, even if they don't tend to make the news, like the Army falling X tens of thousands of soldiers short of recruiting in the past fiscal year. After that, Marcos Melendez, our Marine Corps fellow this year and a logistician, will organize a panel on recruiting, which, according to General McConville, has been the more serious recent problem. But it's not the only problem, certainly, that we face in the national security enterprise. And then our Coast Guard fellow, Brad McNally, will talk about retention across the armed forces in general. And you know full well we now have 6 military services. Brad is from the military service that is housed in the Department of Homeland Security, the Coast Guard, but of course also part of the U.S. military and under military command in time of war. So that joins the Space Force, the Air Force, the Marine Corps, the Navy, and the Army as the full range of 6 armed services. So each time we finish a panel, we'll have a brief coffee break. And when we get through initial commentary and conversation on stage, we'll also involve you. And so please just stay tuned. Moderators will give you more detail as they get to the group part of the conversation. So without further ado, thank you for being here. And Scott, over to you.
Thank you. So can you hear me? Right? Okay, good. Thank you. I'm Scott England. I'm from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and I'm Assistant Dean at the College of Strategic Intelligence at National Intelligence University. Lots of intelligence there. And this panel is 3 distinguished members of the intelligence community and former leaders of the intelligence community. To my immediate left is Cynthia Snyder. She is Assistant Director of National Intelligence for Human Capital. Before joining ODNI, Ms. Snyder served approximately 18 years in leadership at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, most recently as the Associate Director of Support. Ms. Snyder joined the Defense Intelligence Senior Executive Service in 2007, after 25 years of active duty in the U.S. Air Force, retiring at the rank of colonel. And to her left is John Gannon. John Gannon served as CIA's Director of European Analysis, as Director for Intelligence, Assistant Director of Central Intelligence for Analysis and Production, and as the Chair of the National Intelligence Council. In 2004, President George W. Bush awarded Gannon the National Security Medal, the highest intelligence community award. He is a retired captain in the Naval Reserve and a Vietnam veteran. Then to his left is my immediate boss, this would be nice, is Dr. Amy Cardell, Professor and Dean of the College of Strategic Intelligence at National Intelligence University. Prior to NIU, Dr. Cardell worked in the Office of Intelligence and Analysis, Department of Homeland Security, focusing on information sharing, the intelligence enterprise, governance, and intelligence enterprise planning. Dr. Cardell earned her doctorate in organizational sociology at Texas A&M University in 2004. Right, so we're just going to dive right in. And what I'll do is ask maybe a little basket of questions on 3 different topics, and then we'll just go down the line, and the panelists can give us their perspective on that. All right, so let's begin with intelligence officer know-how. What do we expect new intelligence officers to bring to the 18 different intelligence agencies that we have in the United States? And what do we think that they'll need to have in the future in order to support the mission? So I guess the first question is, what knowledge, skills, and abilities, standard KSAs, should any intelligence officer possess regardless of their discipline? And what will the next generation of intelligence officers need to bring to the intelligence community? And then as an aside, because I'm an academic and an intelligence officer, how does the academic study of strategic intelligence contribute to preparing IC officers? And how do you see intelligence education, both undergraduate and graduate programs in and out of government, maturing? So, AD and I, Snyder.
I can select one, or?
Just pick one, yep.
Okay, I'll start with the first and certainly have comments about the second as well. But again, thank you all so much for allowing me to be here and certainly to be part of such a distinguished panel. So definitely looking forward to the discussion. Say over the past 15, 20 years or more, we've been laser.
Is the mic on?
I'm not sure the mic's on.
It says first.
We got the man.
It's green.
Maybe out of juice.
I can hear you fine.
You can hear me fine, great.
I could hear you.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
great. Say, over the past 15, 20 years or more, we've been laser focused on expanding and strengthening our STEM workforce. And that's understandable, because when you look at the technology explosion, having individuals with the technical acumen has been critical to ensuring that the United States maintain its technological advantage. But I think it's also very important because we definitely believe that a diverse workforce is critical to our future success and foundational to our national security. So when I think about a diverse workforce, I also think about diversity of education, our humanities. Our humanities, most think aren't important in the intelligence community, but they are very important in the intelligence community, because it's through humanities that we gain a greater understanding of human culture. And so to understand our similarities and our differences, especially when we're doing analysis regarding our adversaries, that's so important. And also, understanding human culture has also contributed to some of the technology solutions that's been developed to help enhance our analytic capabilities. And so as far as our future workforce, definitely diverse in education, critical thinkers, individuals that are comfortable making a decision. They're not fearful of thinking that if I say something wrong, that something negative will happen. So being courageous, being willing to speak up, and being willing to do the right thing no matter what.
Okay. Dr. Gannon.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm probably the longest in the tooth person on this panel. And from my career, it started in the Navy and then in the intelligence community. But one of the experiences I had as assistant director for analysis and production in the late 90s, coming in after the collapse of the Soviet Union to that job, I worked a lot with the military services, the Air Force, and going to Dayton and San Antonio, and looking at investments that were being made in education in a transformative environment. As we were dealing with new challenges out there, how well equipped are we going to be? How invested are the people that we have working for us going to be? And with the Navy, the Marine Corps actually was developing capability, and they went extraordinarily quickly, as the Marine Corps always does, in building their analytic capability down in Quantico. So it's delighted to be back. I'm delighted to be back with some of you now to say how much that overall effort contributed to improving our performance in the intelligence community. When I was chairman of the National Intelligence Council, actually I always wanted to and did succeed in bringing the military services to the table when we had national intelligence estimates to deal with that related to some of the expertise that they had. So one of the points I'd make about any people today coming into the intelligence community, first of all, they're bringing some particular expertise with them, or a very strong academic background with them. So I want to look and see what kind of rigor has gone into what they have done. What have they have done to actually master the brief of the expertise they do have, so that I can see how that's going to help us do that larger job we have in the intelligence community. And the second thing is, are they going to be collaborative in spirit? Because I think the intelligence community now is more than ever a collaborative enterprise. And it isn't just because it's nice, it's not kumbaya, it's nice to get to know each other and to work with each other. But it's actually because we all have particular expertise that's relevant to the challenge that we're facing. And if we don't know how to reach out and get that expertise to work with us, we're going to have a lesser product and service to provide. I used to say when I was chairman of the National Intelligence Council, I never wanted to be in a position of going to the president and saying, Mr. President, this is the best the intelligence community can do. I wanted to be able to say, this is the best that can be done based on available information wherever it resides. And that means you've got to have an intelligence community that is into outreach much more than at any time in the past. So you've got to have individuals that will do that. I would also say that I always looked not just at the academic or the military or the particular background of individuals, but also at personal qualities. And personal qualities, meaning maturity, judgment, critical thinking, so that when you throw a problem at them, are they actually this person going to help us to do the job that we have to do? It means that for analysts, what does an analyst do when you run out of data? In the intelligence community, you don't quit. You keep going. You collaborate more. You've got to bring judgment to the benefit of policymakers. So you don't give up. So you're looking for people who don't quit, who persevere, who persist. That often comes with military experience. You also want to have people who will be able to collaborate with the private sector, which I think is more than ever an imperative now of this business. So my basic answer to the question is, I'm looking at the skills they have, how they relate to, how significant those skills are, how they relate to the overall mission that we're facing now, which is obviously going to be a much more collaborative mission, and then how that person will fit in that collaborative network that has to produce the kind of quality and effort that we want.
Thank you.
This one. Can everybody hear me? Yeah? Thanks, Scott, for inviting me today, and I'm very honored to be on this panel with this group of distinguished individuals who I couldn't agree more with what they said. However, I'm going to say something which may be a little radical, is that education hasn't changed much, and our demands on our students haven't changed much either, with regard to the fact that they need to be good critical thinkers, good communicators, good thinkers, good thinkers, good thinkers, right? The truth of the matter is that every time we walk around, technology is always an issue. We always have to stay on the forefront of technology, but you can't emphasize that too much, or can you? Because what we also find is that we start focusing all of our attention on technology, and we forgot to teach people how to write and think and communicate. And for me, one of the biggest issues we see at NIU is people are really strong in understanding their technical skill or expertise, but they have no idea how to communicate it well or effectively. In addition to that, we're working with a generation now that is like thinking in 244 characters. You know, too short of ideas, if you will. Everything's a bullet point instead of kind of well thought out, complex ideas. And the world has become more and more complex. And so I know that for us, we're looking at trying to figure out how to make sure students know, and our young professionals, I'm going to say young because while I may not be long in the tooth, I'm pretty long in the tooth compared to most of my students, you know, that they have to be able to manage more information and not just find the first 5 Google search items that they have. We're now focusing on things like what do we do when ChatGPT takes over and people stop thinking completely for themselves. The ability to be a good analytical thinker and to actually know what to trust or not to trust is actually in my opinion, a kind of a knowledge set and a skill set that our young professionals really need more than ever today. It's easy to get duped by bad information, and to be able to know what your sourcing is and how to use that information in a critical manner and then manage a lot of complex data. And by complex data, I mean the narrative, not necessarily the numbers, is really critical. I'm going to leave it there and see where else we go.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to recruiting. We've been hearing a lot about, at the 50th anniversary of the all-volunteer force, after the draft was ended, that the all-volunteer force is actually the all-recruited force. And so even though we're in the intelligence community, we're not recruiting in the traditional sense, we do have to do quite a bit of recruiting and work in order to get people to come in. So potential intelligence officers need to be both willing to come to work in the IC, so they have to want to do it. They have to be qualified to do it. You can want to do something but be utterly unqualified. And you have to pass a very rigorous background investigation. So you have to be competent or capable of taking on that job. So that's a pretty specific person. So one, where can the IC find motivated and qualified volunteers, and how do we reach them? And I know AD&I Snyder has an initiative called the Locker Room to the Situation Room, and I'd like to hear more about that. That's a pretty interesting title. And how do we communicate with Gen Z? I know that's another initiative of yours. And then the second part of that question is, how can the IC increase the pool of qualified people that are willing to volunteer without compromising essential national security requirements that's imperative to the community? Ma'am?
Okay, so I'll kick this off, and I will probably go down, talk about the recruiting and some of the initiatives that we're looking at, and then talk about our Gen Z efforts. So, and this ties into, there's another initiative, if I can weave that in, I'd like to take advantage of that as well.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, super. One of the things is we all know that the competition for talent is extremely challenging. And so what we've done is we've basically shifted. You know, instead of following the traditional ways of recruitment, we started looking into untapped talent pools that are often not thought about. And so in doing so, we were thinking about, okay, for an intelligence community professional, you know, what are the characteristics? So, you know, individuals that are capable, understanding the importance of working as a team, they understand perseverance, not afraid to make a decision, especially being able to make a decision under pressure, individuals that are disciplined, and they understand what it means to sacrifice. So, just a few of the characteristics that we discussed. And in doing so, I know the first group that comes to mind is the military. But we also know there's another group that we've not really focused on, and these are our college athletes. When you look at our college athletes, most of us know that a large percentage are not selected for a professional career. But when you look at their characteristics, I mean, they embody the same characteristics that we're looking for in intelligence officers. So the Situation Room to the Locker Room was an initiative that we launched last year. And so my team has have been in touch with about 60 schools thus far. And so they've talked to athletic directors and counselors. And they're also planning to attend a National Association for the Directors of College Athletes conference in June. And again, when I talk about untapped talent pools, we have a tremendous pool of talent. But again, we tend to think very traditional when we start recruiting. And so we're encouraging ourselves as well as others to think beyond the traditional perspective. Also, we have another program which is called the Intelligence Community Center for Academic Excellence. And so this is a congressionally mandated program wherein my office manages. And so what the program does, it provides grants to colleges and universities in their 4-year accredited colleges and universities to establish an intelligence studies program. And so a lead college or university would basically team with several other colleges within a reasonable proximity. And so we call them a consortium. And so once they receive the grants, those grants are distributed to the other universities that are part of those consortiums. And so they stand up their intelligence studies program. And one thing that we have seen very positive in doing so is that, we create a very close-knit team of IC professionals as well as faculty members that are invested in these programs. And they spend a considerable amount of time ensuring that the students are very well educated on the intelligence community and also that they develop the skills they need to be successful when hired, because we will hire them. So that those are two initiatives that we're working. Again, looking at untapped resources, when you look at some of the consortiums, some of the priorities of this program is to ensure that we are tapping into untapped talent pools. We have minority-serving institutions, historically black colleges. We have universities and colleges that are located in rural areas where students wouldn't otherwise be aware of the intelligence community or even consider a career in intelligence. And again, the concern about compromising security, we're not concerned about that because we do believe that we have the talent. It's up to us to to be proactive and come up with innovative ways to make sure that we attract the best talent.
Okay, well, thank you. Dr. Gannon?
Thank you. I would say first a couple of things. One thing is I think we're not just talking about the intelligence community and what it needs. We're also talking about the society in which we are functioning. And a lot has changed in that society. So I think the intelligence community is now in competition with the private sector and the attitudes of young people who want the quickest way to get jobs that will pay more, and there are opportunities now in a full employment economy out there that make it, I think, necessary for us to focus more sharply on what is the value proposition of getting into the intelligence community. I've taught at Georgetown since 2004, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of very talented young people who continue to want to get in the intelligence community. And what they want to do is they want to get into the mainstream of decision making where they can interact with policymakers, with the Congress. the excitement of having an impact on U.S. Foreign policy. So that's there. So, but you've got to sell it more, but you also have to be aware that the competition is getting greater. I did oral exams last week for the School of Foreign Service. Extremely impressed with the young people coming up, but also recognizing that those young people also have options, including in the private sector, that they will entertain before they make a final decision. So the job's a little harder for us to get the best to do jobs that we want to be done. On security, I want to say that has been a I don't think the challenges for security go away. I think what we have because to some extent you're creating a closed environment for people to come into, and while all the pressures for us on the information intelligence side is for more outreach, to get out to where we can get the answers to the questions we have, and have people who can get out there beyond really what our intelligence collection systems can deliver. We got to get out to people who know stuff. And that's in academia, that's in private sector, and so forth. So that, and then, but you have security requirements. You have the a long period of time you have to wait to get a security clearance done. I think we have to help security to innovate along with the rest of us and what we're doing, so that we can get to the bottom line on the best way to deliver the people we want in the least time and get the best ones. Because I think there are delays, there are hindrances in the security process still. And by the way, I do applaud, I think in the intelligence community, they've shortened the time it takes to get your security clearance, but probably not enough. And there's got to be ways where the security establishment can feel that the default position of saying no is not good enough. When I was chairman of the NIC, and there were people out there that I wanted to hire, former diplomats, whatever, who security told me, no, we have a problem. My response was, and I don't want to overstate my success in this, by the way, but I said, you are telling me what the risk is. I want to tell you what the cost is not to having the expertise and skills that this person would bring to our effort. And then can we share the risk? I'll be responsible for pushing security on this. And in some cases it worked, and where it did, it was successful. I lost a lot of those battles, but I do think there has to be a healthy tension with security, so that we get security to stand up more to the challenge to innovate the way they do business, because I think it impedes, I think, our ability to get the best people to do the work we need to do in an increasingly complicated world.
Thank you.
Yeah, always. I feel like the third backup singer. I'm going to build on this because I think one of the things that we see happening is the social evolution that's taking place. A society which is embracing more things like neurodiversity, diversity of cultural backgrounds, of inclusion, of the things which are bringing more voices to the table. And I think the IC really can benefit from that, and to the ICCAE effort and others. I think that's one of the things I think will actually blossom. The problem is those things take 20 years to happen, because it takes a generation to change their mindset, to bring in the right people, to allow for the things to happen, to create a dynamic workforce that isn't so structured that it limits people and holds people kind of in place for too long. This generation that we're seeing come through doesn't want a 20 or 30 or 40-year career in the same place, same desk, same boss, starting from the GS 11 or 9 up to GS 15, maybe getting to the SES ranks at some point in their career. I think they're smarter than my generation, because they understand that their life is about the experiences that they have and the opportunities. And I think if the IC shifted that mentality so that you're doing more duties in different places to get different kinds of experiences, one of those which being coming to my university, for example, or to Brookings or someplace else, to do some advanced thinking, some perspective taking, some stock taking of their career and the place and the other people in the community or other communities that could help inform us, and then still being able to come back into a job is really important. I was talking about it before we walked in here, which is the military has education well ingrained within their structure of promotion. The civilians do not. So our civilian agencies say, do you want to go to school? And someone goes, yes. The supervisor grudgingly says yes to it, and they go off to school for a year, maybe 2, depends on what the program is, and then they come back and their boss has forgotten who they are, they don't have a position, they've gotten out of line, they can't get back into line. And until our structure figures out how to maintain and support a workforce that doesn't lose anything by taking additional opportunities that actually expand and make them stronger in their career and their workforce, I think we're going to continue to be limited. Now, the good news to that story is as social evolution takes place, those of you who replace myself and John and the ADI here will do better. You'll figure it out better for us, and I think the better we can start building that structure for you now, the more likely that in the future the recruitment won't be the problem. It will be resolved because retention won't be so bad. We have to be able to not only clear them to get them in, but we have to hold them once they stay, because we've invested a lot in these people, and we want to make sure that their career is full and rich and diverse. I know we're working on programs to do better exchanges out with the private sector, but even those efforts get sometimes stymied a little bit because who's going to pay for it? How does it do it? What happens to my workforce when I do these things? All those things take place, but I think that's where we have to start shifting the way we think about what the workplace environment really is and how long anybody has to stay in one place for any one period of time. Thank you.
Can I just
Yeah, please.
follow up? Just want to touch on and really appreciate your comments on the security aspect, and just to share with you all, because this is a priority within the intelligence community. And one of the initiatives, which some of you may be aware of, is that our Director of National Intelligence invested resources to help automate our security processes, security systems, because you have a number of disparate systems. And so being able to integrate those systems will help us to tremendously decrease that time, as well as when you look at the end-to-end hiring, it's not just the security process, it's the human capital piece of that. So the goal is to get the entire hiring process from application to onboarding down to 180 days. And so within the last year, this process on the average has been reduced by 100 days since the program was implemented. And the goal is we should see even more significant increases by the end of 2024. And regarding the Gen X question, and I did want to come back to that, one thing, if you don't remember anything else that I say about Gen X, please remember that it's important that we get to know them and they get to know us. When you look at our Gen Zs, what you're going to find is that they are on track to be well educated than any other generation, yet they are racially, ethnically, and diverse than any other generation. They also, their voice is very important. They want to be heard and they want to feel valued. They also have, when it comes to looking at potential work environments, they look at diversity, they look at the culture of the organization. They don't want to feel that they have to compromise their values or their personal integrity to work in that organization. If they believe that, if they're skeptical about an organization that they believe conflicts with their value, they will leave or they won't accept an offer there. They definitely have a purpose, and they want to feel like that they're contributing to a greater need. So when you look at some of their characteristics, and we think about the intelligence community, we believe that they're prime recruits for us because, when you look at some of the challenges that we're facing and working today with cyber threats, with climate change, with global pandemics, these are all causes that they're very interested in. And so there's such a variety of opportunities within the intelligence community that we believe is very attractive to our Gen Zs. So again, get to know them and definitely make sure that they get to know you.
Thank you, ma'am. We start with Amy because she kind of, yeah, she basically answered these questions already about retention. So to set it up is that we know that working in intelligence community, working as an intelligence officer, can be very rewarding, but it also means periods of long hours, working away from family and friends on deployments and assignments overseas, cooperating with the necessary security requirements, and all of that while maintaining cutting-edge tradecraft and subject area expertise, regardless of the intelligence discipline. So you talked about it a little bit, Amy, about higher education, the role of education in retaining folks. Do you have any other ideas about what does the IC need to do better to retain qualified, motivated people? And what incentives do you think have proven effective? And maybe what innovations could be considered?
It's a big question, right? Because for an educator who doesn't like online education, which is me, right? Because I'm an antique. I love my students in class, but I think that one of the critical elements that we can offer, because we are getting people who have more education than ever before coming into the IC. I know when I came out of DHS INA, we hired everybody with a master's degree already. They aren't coming to us with GEDs or basic high school educations or anything like that. They're coming with advanced degrees from really good universities. But what we have to do within the IC is, I think, continue and in national security, and I think national security does it pretty well. So I'm not gonna diss them very much. I think actually they do a really pretty good job. Is make opportunities for people to do continuing education during their workday. We're really good at giving you like, hey, you have 300 hours of crazy training on something that you never use or do ever again. Constitution Day was my favorite one. And that's just, it was just like, okay, I went through it, but it was an hour of my life that I did every year, and I would have rather do something else. I would have rather say, hey, we desperately need people who speak foreign languages. Let's truly, truly incentivize time during your workday to be able to get a set goal of 35% of our workforce speaking 2 or more languages. Let's set a goal for it instead of like hoping people might come with those skills or might want to keep up their French or whatever. Let's actually set an active and aggressive goal to make sure that our workforce is continuing to learn and be educated to find out what the cutting edge things are. I was at a conference 2 weeks ago, and they were talking about the fact that one of the programs that I use for methodology, they're moving it into R. And the panic that overcame me, because I don't do coding in R yet. I have to go get the training to do it and find the time to get it done so that I can be at the forefront of the tools and techniques that are out there. But part of that is also a mindset, right? It's not just a skill. It's actually understanding how those things work and how they can be applied and where they can be applied. And that leads you into the next question and the next. I'm always really excited. We have at NIU about 800 or a little over 800 students. 600 of them fall under the college, and 75% of those are evening students. They come at night on their own time to take classes or on the weekends. And those are the most dedicated students I've ever seen. And if I could get the rest of the IC and national security for workforce to have the same dedication that 75% of my students have, which is to embed education as part of their continuous improvement process for themselves, I think then we would be winning, because right now we've been talking to people, and they need to understand economics better. They need to understand culture better. They understand languages. These are still the basic things that we always need, and we need to keep fresh on and keep people thinking on. So I think continuing education is critical, and we maybe have to stop focusing as much on degrees as maybe certificates or certifications, or just plain embedding, 1 day a week, 20% of your workforce time is for education, and 1 day a week you go to school all the time, and we just make it part of our culture. That may be too radical, so don't tell the DNI I said it, but
Give you some updates.
But I really think that's when it changes, is when you embed continuous improvement and continuous learning into your process. That's when you win.
Could I add to that? First of all, I agree with particularly the points on continuing education. But I would cite my own case as when I came into the intelligence community, I was hired in part because I had direct experience in the Caribbean at a time when the government was worried about Cuban expansionism, believe it or not, and the Soviet Union was still active also. But after 3 years, I had doing this job, which was much appreciated by my bosses. I asked if I could go to the Office of Economic Analysis, and where I knew I would learn more and see the problems from a different angle. They granted me that opportunity. Halfway into that, they asked me to go up and take a position in the President's daily brief staff, which I did. And my career went along that way, where I wanted. So it wasn't just, it was continuing education, but it was in terms of career development. I knew when the dividends were declining in terms of my excitement to the job, and I needed to get something else. And so my bosses, I always had a relationship where I could get to the next challenge that I wanted. So I want to emphasize that in my experience, not only having been an analyst, but having managed analysts for most of my adult life, leadership of the people for whom people are working is critical. That leaders have to pay attention to the people working for them. They can cite when an individual is no longer motivated, needs another challenge, when an individual has grievances that need to be addressed. So, and when you you can also recognize real talent that needs to be developed. So I think and there's also the eternal truth that people at lower levels are always looking at people, and this is true in the military too, the people at more senior levels saying, is that what I want to be when I grow up? Or they want to be the kind of leader that people will say, what would he do or she do in the crisis we're facing now? So that mentoring, that role model is very important, but also the sense of responsibility that is put on leaders to take care of their people and to help to manage their careers and to keep their people challenged and having their concerns addressed is a problem that I think all bureaucracies run into. And there are managers, including in the military, that don't do that well. And I think as a result, that does contribute to attrition. So leadership matters in this.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Yes, going back to education, educating and investing in education when it comes to our workforce is a priority. To give you an example, the organization that I left to assume the job that I'm in today, one of the requirements as part of my evaluation and part of all of the workforce evaluation was to complete 40 hours of professional or technical training each year. And also we have, in the IC community, we have competitive, what we call them competitive call programs, where individuals apply each year to go off to school, either full-time over at NRU or another university that they've been accepted in, to continue their education. In our science and technology areas, they're sending folks out for PhDs. So education, again, with everything that's going on in the world, it's imperative that we ensure that our leaders that are managing the workforce that's coming in, that they have the same level of education, because you cannot manage and lead in an environment with the talent that we're getting or will soon get if we can't communicate with them and understand the technologies that they're familiar with. So that's very important for us and why we continue to invest in our mid-level managers, be it reskilling or upskilling, because they need to maintain the proficiency in their trade craft. And also, these individuals are performing analysis every day that's going to the White House, and there are decisions being made based on this analysis. So education, again, is very important. And as far as career broadening opportunities, we also have what we call joint duty rotations, which is what I'm on, which provides an opportunity for the workforce to go to other agencies for could be a total of 3 years, starting off with a year, then an option for a second year, and then an option for a third year, to help, as we build intelligence officers, where everyone is familiar or becomes more familiar with how the intelligence community operates. So when you go back to your agency, then you're taking back much more than you left with, and you can become a more effective leader and intelligence officer. There's another program that we're going to be piloting this year, and it's called the Private-Public Talent Exchange. And that's where we're developing agreements with industry to allow some of our folks to go out into industry and vice versa. And some of the areas that we're focused on is AI, ML, data science, human capital, finance and economics, and I think those are the main ones that we're focused on. And space, of course, space. And so this provides an opportunity for our workforce to understand how industry works. There are some challenging problems that they're working that we're working. And so this provides that exposure, as well as we are looking to reciprocate and bring industry in as well. So there are a lot of initiatives underway. And as stated earlier, it takes time, but the main thing that's important is that we're moving in the right direction. And because I don't think time is our friend, I think things with change are moving much faster than it has in the past, that we will see the maturation of these initiatives much faster than we would otherwise, just because how fast things are changing.
Thank you, ma'am. We've got just limited time for some questions from the audience. So here's the rules of engagement. Raise a hand, and one of our research assistants in the back will bring you a microphone. So wait until you get the microphone so that everybody online can hear. Please identify yourself and affiliation. Please ask a question, twice giving a speech. And please be respectful to others and our time constraint. I can say I used to teach undergraduates in California, so I know how to cut people off. So, any questions, sir?
I'm Peter Humphrey, an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. I think you really nailed what I perceive to be a huge problem, which is the foreign language problem. Our country just is not investing in that. If I need to stand up a team of 20 Somali speakers tomorrow morning, there's just no way to do that without having Somali immigrants whose cousins might be in the government. I need to see those obscure languages moved to people whose relatives aren't connected to that country. And I see no investments whatsoever in that type of approach. That's true for 8 Nigerian languages, and on and on and on.
Thank you. Not really a question.
Can I comment on that?
Sure.
Okay, you're absolutely right. And actually, we've had a couple of reports that's identified that we do have challenges in our foreign language efforts. And so I think it was a couple of weeks ago, I participated on a board where we discussed, how do we fill that gap? Right now, we have a foreign language executive group that's basically identified new requirements to basically increase the proficiency level to level 3 for our foreign language professionals. And also, how do we fill that void? And right now, one of several initiatives that's being looked at is starting with our K through 12. Because as you said, we have a lot of young people in high school that are bilingual, their family members are some here, some are abroad. So to try to attract them into this area, and also with our centers of academic excellence, that's another area that we've focused on, and we've discussed establishing a program strictly for foreign language to help increase the throughput as well as enhance our language skills. So definitely recognize it's an area. We are working that with some of the initiatives and recommendations that's come out of some recent reports. But I think the very positive thing about this, you mentioned about those that have family members abroad. When we do security clearances, we do them on the individual. And so if the individual has done a lot of traveling, it's okay. So traveling abroad doesn't disqualify, or having a family member abroad doesn't disqualify someone from getting a security clearance. But what we're also doing is educating as we're continuing to expand the aperture to fill this void. We're educating the potential students or applicants on these are the type things we look for when it comes to a security investigation. So just so they're educated on that as well. And I think that's going to help us tremendously.
Thank you, ma'am. I think time for just one more there.
Good morning, Nancy Springer, and I'm currently unaffiliated. And a question I have is about untapped talent pools. I was specifically listening for a pool that you didn't mention, that's military retirees. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's because you're looking for people with a longer work horizon or
Actually, we do hire a number of military retirees. The agency that I left, probably close to 40% of the workforce are retired military. So definitely not untapped, and we're continuing to do that. That's never been an issue. And because, especially with some veteran preferences and so forth, that's not an issue. So that's a talent pool that we are leveraging.
But not one did you specifically mention. Was there a reason why you didn't specifically mention it this morning?
Because I don't view it as being untapped.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Well, that's all the time we have. Thank you to the panel for coming and participating here. I think we've all learned quite a lot. So if you'll join me in thanking them. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone. My name is Marcos Melendez. I'm the Marine Corps Fellow here at Brookings. Thank you for joining us for our next panel, focusing on recruiting the people we need as we go forward into the 21st century. I'm joined today by our three panelists who bring a broad and deep range of expertise to our discussion. And I'll work kind of this way down the line here. Dr. Beth Ash, she's a senior economist at the RAND Corporation and professor of policy analysis at the Pardee RAND Graduate School. She's done extensive work on military recruiting and compensation and a host of other military and federal government personnel issues. Catherine Kuzminski is a senior fellow and the director of Military and Veterans and Society Program at the Center for a New American Security, who specializes in military recruitment, retention, and talent management policy, veteran and military family issues, and civil military relations. Thomas Spohr is a lieutenant general in the United States Army, retired. He is the director of the Center for National Defense at the Heritage Foundation. He's an expert on defense policy and strategy. He served more than 36 years on active duty in such storied units as the 82nd Airborne and 1st Armored Divisions, as well as time in the Pentagon, which is apt to happen, working Army modernization and reform strategies. So thank you all for joining us. And I thought I'd jump right in with just asking for each of you to open on your individual perspectives on some of the challenges that we seem to be facing with recruiting. I mean, it's been in the news a lot. Last fiscal year, the Army fell short by about 15,000 soldiers. And my service, although we made our goal, we kind of had to dip into that delayed entry program, which puts us on the back foot for this year. And then just recently, we were talking about it a bit back in the green room, just the Army's spokesperson and having to separate that relationship just when they seem to have a good thing rolling. So there's been a lot of attention paid to the struggles. But are they without precedent? Are we truly in a new era? And what are some of the drivers to these struggles that we seem to be having? So I'd just like to open with that and get y'all's perspective on that. So please, Beth, I'll have you go.
Okay, thank you. And first, thank you for inviting me here today. It's really a privilege to be on the same stage as my colleagues here. So, there's been decades of research on military recruiting going back to even before the beginning of the all-volunteer force in 1973. And we have a lot of understanding of the factors that drive recruiting. But that said, so far there's not been a real rigorous analysis of what's going on with recruiting. And so we really can't, there's a lot of hypotheses out there, but with no analysis to sort of break down what are the most important factors. But what are some of those factors? Well, the kinds of things you've heard in the news, low eligibility, propensity to serve, recruiting resources, the state of the civilian economy, college enrollment, and so on and so forth. So we know that, of course, eligibility, about less than a quarter of young people are eligible to enlist. That figure has gone down somewhat, but it's important to recognize that eligibility has been low for decades. So while it's certainly concerning, it can't be the reason why recruiting has gone down in the last year or last few years. Similarly, with propensity to serve, as some of you know, the Department of Defense surveys young people quarterly and ask them how likely are you going to join the military, and if they say definitely and probably, you're positively propensed. That figures at about 10% of young people say they're positively propensed. It's ridiculously low, but it's been ridiculously low for decades. So again, that can't quite explain the new situation. The other reason is that actually when we merge the survey data with actual enlistment records, most young people actually enlist from the negative group. Most enlistees come from negative, not the positive. So again, that can't explain things. We know the civilian economy is very strong, and strong research consistently shows a strong economy hurts recruiting. But it's also important to recognize there's a lot of things changing in the civilian economy that aren't fully understood from a recruiting perspective, such as the decline in the labor force participation of young men, what young men and women, but it's been more among young men than women, that's why I mention it. What are these individuals doing? The evidence shows that more young men are living with their parents at older ages. they're engaging in more hours of leisure, video, the stereotype of, in the basement, if you're, I mean, there's actually evidence to support that. The question is what does that mean for recruiting? There's factors we don't fully understand. I mean, people have heard about declining trust in the military. There have been a lot of hypotheses out there about what's driving that, the withdrawal from Iraq, PTSD, sexual assault, TBI, the DEI initiatives, we can go on, suicide, food insecurity. But so far, there's not been rigorous analysis of the effects of those factors on recruiting, controlling for other things that are going on, such as the economy. And so where we are right now is there's things we know, and there's a lot we don't know.
Thank you. Kate.
Yeah, so I think we also can't underestimate just the impact of access to knowing someone who serves in the military, and COVID certainly affected that as well, as we saw recruiters not on college campuses, not in high schools, and we see a delay in decisions of adulthood among American youth as well. So at the same time that the services are facing a recruiting crisis, somewhere between 1 million and 1.5 million high school seniors who said that they planned to attend college delayed that decision. And so in part it is episodic and related to COVID, but there's also some more broad trends in perceptions of military service, not just among youth, but among their parents as well. And as we see the population of veterans aging, particularly those who were in the conscripted force who served Vietnam and prior, and we see things like base closures in areas that may not have any other relationship between the military and the local civilian population. There are implications for youth not seeing themselves as someone who could serve in the military. There's also, in some ways, a perception among American parents that a successful rearing of your child means that they go directly from high school to college, and there's a false choice being proposed of military or college as opposed to military and college, or military and then the military paying for you to go to college. So those are some of the aspects. I think, too, the services have really wrestled with how to message, with the exception of the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps has been pretty consistent with their messaging for the last 70 or so years. And I think one of the challenges over the last 20 years was the services were really trying to touch on how military service can be like any other job, with good benefits. And that's true, but I think that unfortunately, with the way that the Be All You Can Be campaign is playing out, that was an excellent way to say, here's how military service is unique from being a civilian. Here's how you can stand out. And I really hope that they're able to bring that campaign back in a new form.
Yeah, so thank you, and I'm honored to be on this panel with a couple of colleagues, Beth and Kate, who we have worked together in the past on this issue. I'm going to go a different direction, and that is I'm going to say the number one reason we're struggling with recruiting right now is complacency. Complacency because the military assumed that people would want to continue buying VHS tapes, compact discs, and riding Peloton bikes at home. And just like all these other market forces overtook and made those items obsolete, military recruiting and service became obsolete right underneath the military's feet, and they weren't paying attention. And so they were working on the dials, and they do a wonderful job adjusting the dials. What's the bonus level? What is how many recruiters do we deploy? Where should these recruiters be deployed? But they weren't looking at the big picture. And while they were doing that, the world was changing underneath their feet. Generation Z was entering the recruiting window, and they didn't know how to talk to Generation Z. They didn't realize that companies like Starbucks and McDonald's were offering tuition benefits which were hollowing out the benefit of the Montgomery GI Bill right underneath their feet. So recruiters would come into schools and say, I'm going to pay for college, and yeah, I got that. There's plenty of people paying for schools. What else you got? And they were kind of caught flat-footed. And as Beth mentioned, we really lacked what we call in the Army, at least, the intelligence preparation of the battlefield. We didn't know what was going on. Our senses were all turned off, and we thought we were still experiencing the same situation we always had, where in fact it had radically changed. And so now they're scrambling to catch up. And I will say it has finally caught their attention. The Army, and the service I track the most closely, is very much in tune with this problem. Others are catching up as well, but they're late to the picture. They're late to the game, and they're now just trying to figure out what tools are going to get people into the recruiter's offices, if in fact that's the right way to go, even to get individuals in the recruiter's office. So it's a difficult situation. I have watched all the services kind of take this for granted, and again, I love the Army, but I'll pick on the Army. The Army routinely puts people in charge of its recruiting enterprise who have never recruited or marketed a thing before in their lives. They would take a two-star general and put them in charge of Army Recruiting Command, and they would be a very successful brigadier general elsewhere in the Army, and they would say, well, surely this successful one-star general can figure out how to recruit. I mean, how hard can this be, right? And they would do the same thing with their recruiting brigade commanders. They were very successful combat arms or maneuver battalion commanders, and they would move them into recruiting brigade command, again, not having recruited a day in their lives. Well, any other corporation that treated such a key function, such as personnel and hiring, the same way that the Army, and I'm guessing the other services did the same thing as well, they would have no reason to expect that they would achieve success, and that's what's happening today. I double down on all the other factors that my colleagues mentioned here. The one that we haven't talked about is demographic. The 18 to 24-year-old demographic is about 30 million, and it's going to be 30 million as far out as the census people can see. And frankly, that's not all bad compared to other Western societies. I mean, South Korea, Taiwan, Lithuania, the Baltic states, Scandinavia, they're all experiencing population decline. So, and if it wasn't for immigration, the United States would be going into decline as well. And so at least we're not confronting a declining youth population, but we are dealing with a demographic that is not increasing. And I think I'll stop there.
Can I just riff on one thing that the General said, which is that you mentioned, you talk about complacency at the sort of aggregate level of not really tracking the trends that are going on in the market in which they're competing. And you said, but they're working on the dials of bonuses. So as somebody who tracks the working of the dials, that's where I live, there's a lot of complacency there as well. I mean, the Army in particular allowed a lot of things to lap, including just the management of the way recruiting fit in the organization. It was clear it wasn't working, but nothing was done about it. The way bonuses have been set, the way recruiters are managed, it's just the whole thing kind of was atrophying. So I would say even at the dialing level, it was also complacent.
Well, beyond some of the risks with just pure numbers, we had the Chief of Staff of the Army here last week, and he talked about falling short. There's the initial falling short for that year, but how that propagates through the system 3 to 4 to 5 years down the line. What are some of the risks that if that continues, if services, particularly the larger services, if they continue to have these struggles with the composition of the force as we go towards the future? What are some of the risks involved there? And I'll just kind of throw that out there and see if anyone wants to jump on.
Well, I'll start. So this recruiting shortage that we've had now in the Army and the other services blossoming won't go away. So, for example, the people that we've failed to recruit in 2022 is going to result in a gap in the rank structure in the Army for the next 25 years. We will have not enough staff sergeants, and then we will have not enough staff sergeant first classes, and similarly, and that will go all the way through until presumably we get through this recruiting thing, and that little gap we'll have to rapidly promote others who may not be completely qualified to fill this gap, because the military needs a set number of people at each rank to fill those critical positions, platoon sergeants, sergeants major, all those kinds of things. And so this gap now is not going to be just like a little temporary thing and it goes away. It's going to, whenever we have a bad officer recruiting year, we feel this for 20 years because we don't have enough captains and then enough majors and all those kinds of things. And it's going to be something we'll have to deal with for a while. The other thing I will mention, and this is probably obvious, is that this failure to recruit is really hurting American youth because they are missing out on a key leadership and developmental opportunity that they don't even know they're missing out on. And so, as we all know, veterans are better citizens. They vote at higher percentages than non-veterans. They participate in their communities. They volunteer. They lead in their communities. And so the fact that the military is failing to recruit enough people is, again, going to have a lasting effect, I think, in American society.
Yeah, I would say too, I worry about morale, burnout, and the retention effects, and I know the next panel will talk about that as well. But I think the services really need to do a holistic review of what the requirements are, because at the end of the day, that's what we're meeting. We're meeting military requirements, and it is a little concerning to see that, you know, the Army last year cut their own budgeted and strength numbers out of the recruiting challenges, not because there were fewer requirements. And so it's really important for the services to actually be meeting those levels, because otherwise we're asking people to do more with less. And that can work for a period of time because we are recruiting quality individuals who have a propensity to serve on teams, but it only goes so far with respect to the number of hours in the day and the military requirements that we're trying to meet.
I would add to, I mean, I totally agree with both points. I would just add that I think in addition to this bathtub effect, you know, that we saw, like the Air Force did this back in the, you know, in the 90s, and we saw this bathtub over the next, you know, we've seen that bathtub go through of this too small of a cohort. So I totally, you know, see what you were talking about. The, what I would add is the ramifications of the things they're doing to try to fix it. So, for example, the Navy has decided to significantly increase among the lowest category AFQT, you know, low scores, very low score, not just low, very low scores on the aptitude test. There's a lot of research that shows that people who score better on those tests perform better on hands-on military tasks. And so by doing that, there's just a capability implication. You know, the Army's doing this sort of boot camp to try to get people to raise their scores. You know, I worry about that. I mean, it reminds me of when my kids, you know, we did Kaplan so they could raise their AFQT by 100 points, you know. So, you know, my kids weren't 100 points smarter. You know, they just did better on the tests. And I worry that what's happened is the Army is getting these kids to score better, they qualify, but they're not performing at the level they need to in order to do those military tasks. So I think there's issues related to cutting force structure, as you're saying, the bathtub effect of just not having the right people in the right slots, and also military performance.
Well, thank you, Beth. And if I could just pull on that thread for everyone, I'm not trying to put any service on the spot, but as you look at the services, is there anything else that, as slowly the bow starts coming around on this recruiting challenge, that initiatives that are good, that are bad, may have some unintended consequences that you see out there from your perspectives?
I think looking at the Marine Corps right now, so...
I swear this isn't just about the
Yeah.
Marine Corps. We didn't conspire about the Marine Corps.
So one of the things that I think is unique about the Marine Corps, besides its size, and I think a lot of times that the other services are quick to say, like, oh, the Marine Corps can meet their recruiting requirement because it's so low. Not the Marine Corps actually makes deliberately different decisions. And for most of its history, they've had roughly an 85% one-term enlistment, right? So a high level of churn. They're recruiting a lot, but they didn't have a retention model. Well, the Marine Corps is actually taking a look at what their new operational concept is, the EABO, and they have thoughtfully considered, okay, we need more people at mid-grades on the enlisted side, and we don't have a structure for that. And so they're actually taking a step back and using that as an opportunity to rethink their personnel, both their recruitment and their retention model. Now, it's too early to say what the impact of that is, but I do think that the way that General Berger has put his attention behind that, and the way in which they're thoughtfully thinking through how they're going to recruit and retain the individuals who have the skills and experiences required of the operational concept, that's the way to go about it. And I'd like to see the other services really think about what is our operational demand, and then how do we get not just the numbers, but the types of peoples with the knowledge, skills, experiences, attributes that we actually need for those positions so that you don't get the trough.
Yeah, I want to talk for a moment about the Army's Future Soldier Leader, our future prep course. And Beth, you talked about it, and I don't know the exact answer to this. I do know that in the course itself, they are having tremendous success. And so people come in, they either have not scored sufficiently on the test, or they are overweight. And they are having about a 96% success rate in getting people to a higher level on the test or losing the necessary weight so they can begin training. And their preliminary results in basic training and advanced individual training, or OSIT, one station unit training, are very positive. And so these people, they have enough results now of people that have gone through the course that they are doing very well in the next phase of the training. But that does not equate to their first operational unit. So we don't have that data yet, and the Army's going to look at that. They are going to look at how these new soldiers do over the long term, the ones that went through the course versus those that did not. And, you know, I'm sure there's probably a Brookings researcher that could maybe help shed light on this question. That is, when you take one of these prep tests, you know, was it test taking that was holding you back and you have innate intelligence, or were you just not that smart? I don't know what the answer is. I know it's a mix. I know not everybody takes tests well, and a little bit of test preparation can squeeze out points, and I'm all for that. That seems fair to me, you know, if you know properly how to take tests. So and the Army is going to scale that program up. They're going to expand it to Fort Benning and some other place I can't remember right now. So they're going to have 3 sites that are going to be doing this because they're getting a lot of success from it. And they may even scale it nationwide so that a local recruiting station or a recruiting battalion might offer this type of preparation on the site so the person doesn't have to come to one of these major bases and stuff like that. The other thing I will mention, and this is the new Army Recruiting Commander, General Davis, is paying a lot of attention to recruiters, and are they happy? Assign recruiters back to places where they came from. So if you're from Chicago like I am, put me back in the Chicago area so you can talk about, you know, the Bears and all that kind of stuff to potential recruits, whereas the Army paid little attention to that in the past. We would, you know, send you to Miami or something like that, and you grew up in Chicago. It's like a fish out of water. So they're looking at that, and they're trying to make sure recruiters are happy. You know, it's the old saying in the Army, well, it's probably sexist now, I won't say it like that, but if your family's not happy, the recruiter's not happy. And so General Davis is paying a lot of attention to making sure the recruiters are happy and that their family needs are taken care of and they have enough money to live in the local economy far away from any sort of military base.
So as we've talked about some of the initiatives that are currently out there, how do you all see some of the things that need to be done to address the problem? What are just broadly some things that the services could do differently, or perhaps completely tearing it down? We talked a little bit about it in the green room about completely tearing things down, but that's probably not going to work because you're trying to fly the plane while you're trying to make repairs on it. You know, you've got to put people in. You've got to keep the machine rolling forward. So how do you all see the future and some of the things that have to change or the services need to do?
I'll start. I think they need, you know, a short-term and a long-term strategy. In the short term, they need to focus on the things they know that work and get them better. So recruiters we know are very effective. It's very important to have effective recruiter management. As the general said, they are reworking on recruiter management, but I think that some of their initiatives, it's like trying to do a lot. They need to come up with ways of selecting, training, deploying, and motivating those recruiters. They're working on some of those elements, but I think they need a more cohesive plan. We know bonuses work, although in the long run they're very expensive. and they need to be targeted correctly, so the Army needs to work on that. We know advertising is very effective, very cost effective, but in a fractionated social media context, the Army, along with the other services, all the services are sort of struggling how to be effective in a politicized social media fractionated environment. They need to figure that out. Eligibility criteria need to be revisited, and the eligibility criteria, they need to be revalidated. Are these the right criteria? Are we essentially telling people they can't enlist based on, old models? And we need to understand better why trust in the military has declined, some of those factors, and we need to understand what's going on in the civilian economy with the labor force. But, yes, we have a very low unemployment rate, but we also have this declining over time labor force participation rate where people are just not in the labor force. And what opportunities does that provide for recruiting? So, for example, we know one of the reasons is that more people, gig work, part-time work, temporary work. Well, that might be an opportunity for recruiting for the reserves. So it needs to, need to get a handle on what's going on some of these factors in the long run that we don't understand right now.
I think too, rethinking the waiver process, and I know there's some work going on in the building right now, but there are a number of things that can invalidate you for military service, but there are a number of conditions. I mean, eyesight's one of them where the services issue waivers the majority of the time across all of the services, and so actually rethinking, what needs to be a waiver and what is a needs to have a paper trail but doesn't necessarily need to slow down the pace of access that you have. I think too, again, to my point earlier, the service is highlighting how military service is unique and how that helps individuals meet their own personal goals, and really taking a look at the research on Gen Z, who are between the ages of 10 and 27, depending on who you look at right now, which is our recruiting population. I think a lot of it is based on assumptions about millennials who are now in their 40s and in middle management positions, right? And so thinking about what are the things that are motivating, and Tom and I had a piece for CSIS's Bad Ideas earlier this year, thinking about what are those things that stand out to Gen Z. One of the things that we see in the data are that they want to have multiple experiences over their career path and will stay loyal to an employer if they're able to have evolving responsibilities and opportunities. That sounds a lot like military service to me. So that's something that I think the services can really capitalize on. And also remembering that this population has been advertised and marketed to their entire lives, and they have been on screens, and so they can smell that, right? And so actually building those personal relationships, and again, that gets back to the importance of having recruiters or having a touchstone in their community where they have a personal relationship and not just what they're seeing in advertising.
Yeah, I'll mention three things. And so you asked, what can the services do better? I would expand that question to say, what can the military do better and what can the nation do better? Because you are right, up to this point, it has just been the services paddling as fast as they can with their little flippers underneath the water, and you hear nothing about the national military recruiting crisis from anybody in the White House or in the Pentagon leadership writ large. And so it's the service secretaries. Now, by Title X, they have the responsibility to train and equip and recruit people. I get that. But this needs a bigger effort than what's being applied so far, and thus I see no effort that anybody gets it that the military is going down for the third time. Nobody's throwing them a life ring that I can see, and so each of them are trying to, within their little spheres of influence, trying to optimize all the things that they can. And I think, at least as a minimum, national leaders need to ask young people to serve their country. When was the last time you heard somebody say, "Hey, you should serve your country," or even a TikTok influencer, whatever that is? We need them asking young people to serve, but you don't hear that call. It's up to individuals to kind of figure this out for themselves. So I think we need more of a national effort. We have a national strategy for dozens of things. We have no national strategy to combat this problem, and I think there's something to be done for that. I think there are departments like the Department of Education and others that actually could weigh in on this problem and help, but thus far they seem completely uninvolved. The other thing I will say, or second thing I will say, is that the services are working hard, but again, they're working individually. And so I asked a very senior Marine Corps leader, so how is the sharing between you and the Army? And his response was, well, we get along great. And if we have somebody that doesn't quite meet the Marine Corps, thing, our recruiting station can walk them down the hall and introduce them to an Army recruiter. And I was like, well, walk them down the hall, that doesn't seem all that sophisticated. What about some kind of data sharing agreement where you could actually send a prospect to somewhere, and that does not exist. It's all personal relationships, so everybody getting along well, but there's no functional relationship between all these various recruiting enterprises, including, again, I love the Army, but there's not even a functional relationship really between the National Guard and the active in the Army. It's separate organizations there. And then the final thing I'll mention, and Beth picked up on this, the drop in national confidence in the military as institution. And this is, across the board. It's Pew reporting on this. It's Gallup polls is reporting on this. The Ronald Reagan report on this. 5 or 10-point drops in confidence in the American military by the public. And no one seems to be concerned or working on that issue either. And so to the degree that confidence in the military drops among the American public, so too will go recruiting.
And so, Tom, you talked a little bit about the latest drops in confidence, and as we've gone through this year, the 50th year of the all-volunteer force, there's been kind of a circuit on these kind of events. And so I'm curious, for the three of you, have you learned anything new this year? Has anything come to light, or have you found anything intriguing as we've kind of deep dove this topic because of the 50th year anniversary?
Well, I'll just start it and say that your average American, I continue to, I'll travel around and I continue to talk about recruiting, and most Americans are completely unaware that the military is facing any difficulties in recruiting. And I'm like, here in Washington, D.C., like you say, we're having event after event, and Kate and I are writing papers as quickly as we can, but it has not penetrated to the American public. And so we don't need to recruit from Washington, D.C., we need to recruit from America. So this message has to get out, and it currently isn't.
Yeah, I think, too, what gets lost in the decline of American opinions about the military is just this overall lack of confidence in institutions writ large. We see that with every branch of government. We see that, and I think in part it's because questions are being raised about institutions, and I think this is a modern kind of take on Robert Putnam's Bowling Alone, right? We're seeing people really retracting from activity, anything organized, right? And so there's a real societal challenge that I'm afraid is here for a longer term than just this recruiting challenge. I think, too, thinking about, not just being retrospective about what the last 50 years of the all-volunteer force have looked like, but also what does it look like to get to the all-volunteer force at 100? Like, how do we make sure that the institution doesn't break? And also thinking about, we did move from a drafted conscripted force to an all-volunteer force, but there's still mechanisms in place for what if we did need a draft, and that's something that we haven't really tested in the history of the all-volunteer force, but that we really have to think about, essentially who serves when the need and the demand is actually there.
I don't have much to add other than I guess I've been, just listening, I've been a little bit heartened by just the amount of effort that's going into it, notwithstanding Tom's excellent point that the rest of America doesn't know this is going on. But I would like to see, maybe this wasn't your question, but they're just more out of the box thinking about some of this. And there seems to be a little bit of that. And what I mean by that is, thinking about, this is something based on what Tom just said, which is thinking about the marketing is not just, the ad along, the billboard along the road, but mobilizing veterans, retirees, and even active duty, to tell their story and create a forum for them to do that in an organized way. Making use of movies, Netflix, streaming services, celebrity spokespersons, although we had there's been a problem with that. But but the broader point is that the military really hasn't had that, and it just, it works well in the private sector. So I do think there are efforts going on. I would like to see more out-of-the-box type of efforts going on that haven't been considered before, including mobilizing the veterans population.
Okay, thank you all. So I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for questions here in the room, and I think I've got some online questions that I'm gonna refer to real quick. I know you all were here when Scott ran the program, but I will remind everyone again, please wait for the microphone to come around and just announce who you are, and we'll get into it. So I think, who's got our microphones? Courtney and Sophia back there both have a microphone. So we'll go ahead and open for questions. Sir.
Good morning. I'm Mike Kinger. I'm an Air Force fellow here in the district. Can you speak to the state of play as far as permeability between Title 10 and Title 32 status, where people offers them more flexibility to go from active duty into state and Guard and Reserve programs, or even sabbaticals for a couple of years during their military service? They're not just locked into one career path.
Yeah, there's a couple aspects that needed to be reformed along the way to make permeability more easy. Part of it was systems, right? It was pay systems, it's the healthcare system, it's all that. And the services have really spent a lot of time kind of making patchwork solutions between those systems. The retirement points tends to be the big sticking point. How do we actually do the math on this? And I think this is actually an area where machine learning and AI would be really useful. You could actually have someone's entire portfolio and their entire career path, and the computers can kind of fish out what point structure there is, and then that's at least a beginning point for a conversation with a human being about how to make that work. I think, we look at things like AGR and IMA days, and so we do have people who have been able to build careers flexibly through that, but they're the exception and not the rule. And I think that there's a lot more to be done on the title side. I think there are some legislative fixes that probably need to take place that will make it easier, but it's a much thornier issue than I think we even think it is because of all the systems behind the scenes to manage that.
Sir.
Thank you. Konstantin Turopin, I'm a reporter with military.com. So from my perspective, reporting on this issue, one of the things that has come up has been challenges both from recruiters and from recruits on systems like Genesis, which is the medical screening program that seems to, from both perspectives, cause troubles. Nobody's got a perfect medical history anymore. As soon as you break a leg, it requires miles of paperwork, that sort of thing. So my question to all of you is, from your perspective, studying this issue, does that bear out on the academic side as well, these sort of systems gumming up the works? And then one of the things that I think came up was this idea of tweaking requirements. And does that fit into kind of that theme that you discussed?
So I'll start that. So MHS Genesis was the new program they brought online in 2022 to provide a lot of transparency into a potential volunteer's medical history mostly, and well-intentioned. I mean, who wouldn't want to know about a volunteer's medical history? Unfortunately, it came at the worst possible time. There's this old movie that was probably most of you missed, Airplane, where the pilot says, "I picked the wrong time to quit smoking." Well, the military picked the wrong time to bring on MHS Genesis, because all of a sudden, all these things which recruits, volunteers had not disclosed, all of a sudden popped to the surface, requiring a lot more bureaucratic processing, waiver granting, and things like that. And you were hearing stories of waivers taking months after months. 320 days was the number that sticks in my mind to getting through the MHS Genesis system. And so, before we brought on MHS Genesis, we should have brought on the close look at our standards, because we were hoisted on top of our own standards by MHS Genesis at the worst possible time. I have heard, like the Army, for example, is saying, no, we are going to get on top of this. We are going to accelerate the waiver process and all those kinds of things. But again, late to need. And so that's MHS Genesis. I think, you know, it was necessary. We needed it. It just came very poorly. I'll just mention, and you didn't ask this question, but I will tell you that my sense is that many of the recruiting systems we use are not state-of-the-art type customer relations software kinds of things. You know, that's we rely in some cases, like recruiters being pushed Excel spreadsheets of potential leads and things like that, and they're supposed to check them off or things like that. And no other company, again, would hope to succeed using some of the software that we give our recruiters.
Yeah, I think the challenge with MHS Genesis, so there were two advantages that it provided. One is that you will have a comprehensive medical history of an individual, not just through their military service, but then again when they're a veteran, and this was interoperable across systems, so it was very well intentioned. And I think it also highlighted a challenge that you know, medical histories for a long time have been self-reported, and there were certain incentives for an individual and also for recruiters on be careful about just how much information you provide. And so the provision of that information, I think, was actually a good thing, and that's something the services need to know. But again, the timing was terrible, and also the resourcing, right? So on the back end, we didn't have enough medical doctors who could review all of those or do case management to walk through the waiver process, and that's an area where you could really rely on your guard and reserve component and resource to the surge of all of this new information. And then strategically looking ahead, it's going to be an issue that continues, so that's something that we might want to resource on the medical side to walk through that process.
The only thing I would add is this is about electronic records throughout the military. So, you know, this isn't going away. It isn't just about the recruits. It's about, you know, all military personnel. And second is that what it has done is force the issue of eligibility requirements and the waiver process, and that's been a good thing. I know, at least for the Army, is now relooking at what actually has to be waivered, and that was a question they should have been answering a few years ago, but here we are, you know. But nonetheless, that is a good thing to have happened, and ditto with the eligibility criteria.
Ma'am.
Thank you. Hi, thank you all. I'm Melanie Sisson from Brookings. Thanks for doing this. It's been a really excellent conversation so far. I have a question about technology, emerging and advanced technologies. We hear a lot about their role in military affairs broadly. I'm interested in how you see the effects on the people of the military, both in terms of recruitment, eligibility, skill sets, how we can access those people, and whether or not you actually think some of those new technologies will reduce the total number of individuals we need for military service, removing some of the dull, dirty, and dangerous tasks and so forth. Thanks.
So there's a whole labor, I mean, you're probably familiar in economics literature about what, you know, the labor technology substitution, and as, you know, computers, you know, entered our world, what happened to the demand for labor. And my understanding of that literature is that there was a substitution away from lower skilled workers. And in some ways, I mean, indeed, that's happened in the military. I mean, in the old days, used to have, I mean, I used to do a lot of Navy work, and, you know, there would be, you know, young sailors who would chip paint. They don't chip paint. You know, that's not what we have. See, and now you can see the workforce requirements on ships are much smaller and more technology driven. So I think what we see in the broader economy with technology and that substitution has occurred in the military towards a requirement for more high-skilled people who can make use of that technology.
I would say, as a personnelist, the thing that is heartening for me is seeing that the advancement of technology actually requires more of our people. For example, the pace of decision making, right, can be increased because we have access to more data and more information in real time. But that makes the development of the character and leadership and decision making skills within an individual even more important, because decisions are being made more rapidly. So I think, you know, to a certain extent, it's requiring more of our people just in different ways, as opposed to replacing their role.
Yeah, I would echo that and to say that the promise of using technology to substitute for service members has not arrived, and I'm not sure it ever will arrive. The Navy tried an experiment with the littoral combat ship, and they tried to drastically reduce the crew and have it manned by like 15 people or something like that in the place of a normal 200-plus crew, and it failed miserably. It turned out that the automation, the systems were just not there, and so they had to put the crew back on the ship. And similarly with a UAV, so you think of a UAV, well, shoot, we're getting rid of a pilot, right? We're saving people. But, you know, in terms of the crew to launch the UAV, to fly the UAV, to recover the UAV, you save no people. And same, you know, the Army is playing with remotely operated vehicles and autonomous vehicles. I see no promise that that's going to reduce the number of people. There are still people that need to operate it. And really, in the Army, at the end of the day, they needed a 4-man crew for the tank, not to so much operate the tank as to maintain the tank at the end of the day, to fix the track, to do all the required services. And so I wish I could see it differently, but I don't think autonomy or advanced technology really carries much promise, at least today, to substitute for people in militaries.
Okay, I've got an online question here, and this is from Marcus, and he asks, as Generation Z, who identify as LGBTQ at rates of nearly 20% comes of age, how can the national security establishment work to recruit talent, given its historically strained relations with the LGBTQ community? And I'll take moderator prerogative just to broaden that a little bit, because I think it touches on what we talked about before. How can we work with maybe communities or pools of folks that historically haven't been that propense to serve, while at the same time you can't just ignore I'll use a metaphor, the fishing hole that's always paid off, right? But then are you creating a warrior caste in this country by continually just having to go to that fishing hole? So how do you balance those two tensions, I guess, going forward?
I think on one hand, it's thinking about what systems or processes are in place that are artificially keeping part of the pool out of service, and that is changed by policy and practice. And then I think there's the perception gap, right, which that takes place over a much longer period of time. And so I think, you know, policies have changed since in the last 11 years, particularly with respect to the LGBTQ community, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the downstream effects are in place yet. I think again, pointing back to the value of military service, your contribution to the larger team, and then also what military service does for you, is the way to go about recruiting from across American youth, and not having artificial barriers to their entry. But again, I think it's a longer term relationship.
Just pick up on your second question is about how much time and effort and resources do we expend to make the force more diverse? And this is something I grapple with too. And so, you know, a recruiter in Vermont, say, could maybe get a volunteer every couple of months, whereas somewhere, you know, deployed in South Georgia or Alabama, 3 or 4 a month. And so do we try harder in Vermont, or do we pull back from that market and send more recruiters to places that we stand more likelihood of change? I can see the attractiveness of both arguments, but in the end, the military has to meet its mission. It can't go without. And so for every recruiter you deploy to a territory where you may not recruit that many, that's a lost opportunity. And so I think today, at least, the answer for me is go where you can achieve your mission. Go to that fishing hole if that's where the fish are.
So I'll give a researcher response, which is that, you know, I was interested for me that when all restrictions on women were lifted in the military, we didn't see this big surge of enlistments of women. And so the inference is it wasn't necessarily the restrictions, it was potentially other things. So we actually, you know, as part of this, having been complacent about recruiting over the last decade, or I don't think we fully understand the market. and the pieces of the market and what motivates different segments of the market to enlist. So I just think we have, the services just don't, I mean, you're mentioning specific populations, but I think there has just been lacking on understanding these market segments and what would, speak to them in terms of enlistment.
All right, I've got time for one more question.
Thank you for being here. My name is Tyler Valenti. I'm currently an MBA candidate in management science at Georgetown's School of Business, and I'm also an Army ROTC cadet. I'm scheduled to commission in May to join the 20th Special Forces Group in the National Guard as an MI officer. And my question pertains to the relationship between the active duty components and the Guard and Reserve. Are you able to offer any insight into the projected impact that the recruiting deficit will have between those three components?
Yeah, I know there's been coverage lately on, just how good retention is in the active duty, and I haven't seen the numbers on that, but I think part of it has been a messaging campaign about, once people join the military, they really like it and they want to stay, but that has knock-on effects for the populations of individuals that we would normally see affiliating with the Guard and the Reserve. And so I haven't seen the data on that, but I do think that's something that we need to be watching going forward.
Yeah, and if there's significant recruiting problems going on in the Army National Guard, I'm not tracking them. And so I think as the active component has more and more difficulties with its recruiting, you may see the active component relying more and more on the National Guard to do these day-to-day missions that frankly have to get done, but the active component may not have the resources to do it.
All right, well, that's going to wrap it up for us now. I'd like you to please join me in a round of applause for our awesome panelists. And we're going to put ourselves on break here and then reconvene for our third panel, and then after that, lunch, which I know everyone's interested in. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody back to the Future of Recruitment, Retention, and Education in the National Security Enterprise. For those of you that have been sticking with us all morning here at Brookings, in person or online, we thank you very much. My name is Brad McNally. I'm a captain in the U.S. Coast Guard, and I'm one of the Federal Executive Fellows here at Brookings, and I'm pleased to be joined on the stage here with the group for our third panel, which is going to focus on retaining talented people in the national security enterprise. So starting to my left and moving down, we have Dr. Meredith Claycamp, Associate Professor and Associate Chair of Sociology at the University of Maryland. She's Director of the Center for Research on Military Organization, and she previously taught at the United States Military Academy at West Point. Dr. Heidi Urban is Professor of the Practice and Director of External Engagement and Outreach in the Security Studies Program at Georgetown University. She's a Senior Associate at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and she's a retired U.S. Army Colonel and career military intelligence officer. And then we have Mr. Jeff Williamson. He's Vice President for Human Resources at Booz Allen Hamilton. He previously served as the Chief HR Officer and Executive Vice President of the U.S. Postal Service. So thank you very much for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you, and we'll jump right in. So based on current and economic, social, and global security issues, what do you see as limiting factors for talented people wanting to remain in the national security environment? And we'd like to include in this military service, federal agencies, and private companies. So Dr. Claycamp, we'll start with you.
Darn, this is why I didn't want to sit in the first seat. Thank you so much. You know, retention, as we heard from the last panel, recruitment is getting a lot of interest and policy attention and research attention. I feel like retention often is sort of a secondary consideration when we talk about talent management, personnel management in the national security enterprise. You know, the biggest lever we have right now to think about dealing with retention, Beth should just come sit up here for all of these panels, is the checkbook. But right now, we don't really have a retention crisis in the way that we have a recruiting crisis. So it's hard to say what are the important social and economic dimensions that we should be thinking about, because they're on the horizon. They're not immediately in front of us. As somebody who, for a number of years, was a military spouse, I do think one of the looming issues on the horizon when we think about retention for military personnel is how we think about how they manage their families in the context of a military career that asks sort of a family model out of the 1950s or 1960s that's based on, you know, a breadwinner with a spouse who's available to trail, to take care of children, to take out the household six, as you know, the military personnel might refer to those left behind. And modern family life, modern economic life is growing increasingly incompatible with a single breadwinner model, much less, you know, women, largely female spouses, male spouses as well, wanting to sort of actualize their lives through careers. So I think, you know, one of the impending concerns that we need to think about in terms of retention is, in the military space at least, is how we think about taking care of the entire family. You know, the old adage of recruiting an individual, retaining a family, I think is important and is true. Right now we seem to be doing that. We seem to be retaining those families. I wonder for how long. I confess to being less well-versed about thinking about the civilian enterprise in national security, but, you know, my colleague from Booz can tell us all about human resource management outside of, you know, the military enterprise, where you can compel people in different ways. People right now, you know, it's a tight labor market and there are a lot of job opportunities, and being an employer that individuals want to work for, not just in terms of compensation, but the mission, people having job autonomy, having pathways for, you know, to sustain a career seem to be at least top of mind for me, but I guess that's where I'd leave it.
A couple of things. I'd start with, we tend to look at the issue of recruitment and retention as two distinct challenges or issues, and they're reinforcing, right? The recruitment, we can see the impacts to retention. We tend to underestimate the impacts of how retention affects recruitment. And so a lot of the issues that we talked about on the previous panel are germane to the issue of retention. And one of the things that I think we might find ourselves in a retention crisis that we're not in right now. And when you're not in a retention crisis, you tend to not be curious about why people leave the national security enterprise. And building in some intellectual curiosity as to why people leave, even when retention rates are pretty good, is important. And for all sorts of reasons, right? That we tend to lose sights of that when in the aggregate we're looking okay from retention data. We don't tend to explore reasons for departure. In the Intel community, I think one of the leading factors that the DNI has pointed to, people leave if they think that there's a lack of promotion opportunities. We look at women leave at higher rates than men, certainly in the military, but also in other parts of the national security enterprise. And in the military, women only make up about 17 to 18% of the labor force there. So digging into, in a real meaningful way, why people leave can be useful not just to ensure we have the right policies in place to retain talent, not just numbers, but talent. But it can also inform recruitment strategies. In the military, when somebody's had a miserable experience and they leave, they become a counter-recruiter back in their communities, right? And so we should be curious, and I think we can do this in a meaningful way. Organizations like RAND can do this, that are accustomed to doing quality surveys, exit surveys of why people leave, and to rank order factors, right? Because you might imagine people leave the national security workforce for all sorts of reasons, but knowing what the dominant factor is, I think, can be really, really important. And that can inform recruitment strategies, too. Another challenge today that I think is shaping, like, what's new now, right? So there have been recruitment challenges for decades. We're in a really tight labor market, so it's pronounced, and we might see indications of cracks in the system that have to be addressed. But one thing that's unique right now, I think, is this incredible era of polarization and division in the country, and we see it manifest in low levels of trust and confidence in governmental institutions. That tends to have a negative impact over time, and certainly we see the effect of politicization of the armed forces in a new way that we haven't seen in recent years. But there's been a long-standing sometimes bipartisan effort to sort of demonize the federal bureaucracy and the federal workforce. And yet, most Americans are touched on a daily basis by the federal government and federal workers. And so I think trust and confidence in all governmental institutions is a concerning thing, period. It's concerning for trying to maintain and uphold a talented, diverse workforce. And we want people to be attracted to these positions, whether it's the military or whether it's the federal government. And we should work hard to, first of all, raise trust and confidence levels, but recognize that low trust and confidence levels will impact recruitment and retention of quality people to do the work.
It's tough to top that. Thank you, first of all, for having Booz Allen represented here and for the opportunity to be with you today. You know, as we think about it, Booz Allen's sort of uniquely positioned because we've got, you know, both a federal contracting business, but also a commercial business. And I think the elements that you both sort of touched on are real. And the reality is everything that's driving talent attraction in the market today is driving talent retention inside organizations. Some of it is either hit you or will hit you soon. And so when you think about candidate attraction, we think about re-recruiting our own talent inside of Booz Allen over and over and over again, and really understanding not just what motivates those who might leave, but what's motivating those who are staying in the organization. And so, you know, when we think about our strategies for retention, it's both how do we continue to deliver technical talent, non-technical talent, mission-focused talent to our clients, both in the federal space, but also how do we bring cutting-edge capability to our commercial clients? That puts us at that intersection of competing with those organizations for technical talent that are not operating in the federal space. And so as we balance that, we find exactly that, right? We are seeing candidates both internally who want career development and career growth. So how do we offer opportunities for individuals in the national security space who might be operating in a SCIF, who are looking for more flexibility to see a different path, even if it is only for 18 months before they rotate back? And so for us, we're trying to bring those types of solutions so people can see their paths. They can see opportunities to try new things, to experience new things, to really build a much more sort of career focus than just a job. And so as we're balancing the federal and the commercial space, we see career development, career growth, we see flexibility. We've come out of kinda the pandemic, right? I mean, I'll be honest, the first in-person panel I've done since we came out of the panel, and it's really cool to finally be back with people on stage. But when you think about what that means, we had a large portion of our workforce who supports the national security sector who have been on site since the pandemic started. They never left. They saw their colleagues work from home. They see this other flexibility that is now important. And so I sort of view this idea of the switching cost for people today to change jobs is much lower than it used to be. And so they're looking at new drivers like flexibility. How do I not have to be in a SCIF, 24/7? Can I get a different experience on a different type of project work, still focused and passionate about the mission, but want to see it from a different angle? And then finally, when we think about retention, it really is about skills. Technology is moving so quickly. The challenges that individuals are facing in their roles and to see new roles, how do I upskill myself? How do I get access to new learning? And so we're building programs to help understand or help individuals understand what the art of the possible is from their own development.
So you just touched on the word balance, which kind of leads me into my next question is, can you maybe dig into some specifics about how we can best balance the needs of the national security enterprise with the needs and the desires of the individuals we need to support it?
I guess I can start. I was just thinking about a conversation I'd had with a colleague in one of the services in the past about, so many opportunities broadening. The Army calls these broadening opportunities. I don't know what the Marine Corps calls these, right? Either opportunities to get a advanced education or opportunities to take an internship in industry, opportunities to be fellows at places like Brookings and Rand and the like, as well as now the ability to maybe take a career pause for family reasons, maternity, paternity policies. All of those things are moving the needle towards serving the interest of the worker, be inclusive here. However, I've been thinking a lot in the military context. In order to do that, you have to assume you've got a fraction. I don't know what the right number. I keep looking at Beth. She could probably tell me what the number. Is it 5% of your force who's at any given time otherwise engaged in something in these broadening or individual accommodation policies? That means you actually need to increase the size of your force just at a time where we're having a difficult time doing that. So, that's the first thing that I think about is if you want to bring people in and keep them for long term, they have to be happy. They have to envision an ability to sustain a career over the long term. But in order to sustain people's lives, right, for 10 or 20 years, their lives get in the way. From an institutional perspective, their lives are inconvenient, right, for the national security enterprise. And demographically, you might need to have more of them to be able to have a workforce that you can manage to accomplish the mission, which makes things even more challenging. If I had a solution to this, I might be in a different position than sitting right here, as a University of Maryland professor, soon going to Rand. I'd, maybe be making those decisions. But I think the reality is to accommodate both, to maintain effectiveness and readiness, as well as accommodate, and which I think is very important, individual need. Frankly, you need a slightly larger force, which is a tough sell.
Great points. And some of the things you were talking about remind me of Ryan Pallas's recent article in War on the Rocks that should be required reading. Did a great job of kind of capturing some of the challenges of military personnel system. And I would just note, I was commissioned in the Army in 1997, which was the first year of the Officer Personnel Management System 21, designed to serve the Army for the 21st century. That is still the operative personnel system for the Army. It was before we were at war, once we went to war, and now in a post 9/11 era. And so one of the things that I think is required is senior leaders in the national security enterprise have to make this their top priority. We do a great job of saying we focus on people first, and it's embedded into our priorities and so forth. But the reality is, for senior leaders, modernization quickly becomes the top priority, and acquisition reform becomes the top priority. And people don't tend to really be the top priority. And so we have an industrial age personnel policy in most institutions in the national security workforce. And there's a tendency, I think, among whatever the generation is that's older at the time, right? So we tend to demonize whatever the youngest generation is. Millennials had their go where they were demonized, right? And now we've turned our attention to Gen Z as, well, what's wrong with you? Why do you not have a propensity to serve? Why are you so high maintenance? And the reality is, to Jeff's point, that the things that we think Gen Z wants are what Millennials and Gen X want too, which is a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more adaptability. And that can only be baked into the system when somebody comes in and says, this is what I'm going to focus on for 4 years. And it's going to be my, unrelenting #1 priority is to do some type of personnel system overhaul. Instead, we tinker with it at the margins. And so to some of the points that Meredith brought up, right, you see the services especially trying to do the right thing. Like we'll have a career intermission program. So if you want to step out and go to grad school on your own, or if you want to use this time to start a family, we'll allow this. You want to stabilize your family so your son or daughter can go to the same high school for 3 or 4 years. But that's built on a policy of exceptions to policy, right? As opposed to a system that enables flexibility to do this. Now, it's hard when you're dealing with institutions that are enormous, right? To offer typically flexibility and adaptability don't go well with institutions of hundreds of thousands of people. But I think this is kind of what's required now. And senior leaders have to take this on with the same energy and vigor that they would in reforming modernization efforts and overhauling modernization. It tends to fall by the wayside. And so any type of reform can be on the margins and incremental. And that's sort of where we are today.
I don't even think about it from a balance standpoint. I totally agree. You can't have one without the other in today's world. And the reality is, whether you're in the federal government or you're in, a private entity, people make things happen, right? And so even if it is technology modernization, if it is, supporting a mission being deployed, people are bringing that to life. And in today's environment, we need to be able to bring the whole person to work. That's when I think you get leaders who believe that if we're able to do this, engage our employees, create a positive experience, doesn't mean it's always going to be easy, doesn't mean you always get to do what you want to do, but they can see that on the whole, I have opportunities, I'm treated well, I do have the flexibility that I think is important to me and my family, and it's beyond just how are you dealing with me as an employee or as a federal employee or as a contractor. We're actually trying to treat the whole person. That's good business. That's not how do I balance. That's what, for us, drives our bottom line, right? From a Booz Allen standpoint, we're a people business. We sell services, we build technology, we deploy solutions and tools, But at the end of the day, we're a people business, and bringing our best talent to life comes through all of the items that we've been talking about here. Do they feel safe at work? Are we giving them the mental wellness opportunities that we know coming out of the pandemic people are searching for? And so how do you balance all of that? I don't think it's a balance. I think it's an absolute necessity in today's environment to bring talent, the best talent, to whatever mission, whatever business that you're in.
Well, thank you. I'd like to take a moment here on the next round and dive into education a little bit. So that's a theme that's emerged this morning. Probably shouldn't be a surprise because it's in the title. But we heard a little bit about it with the intelligence community this morning, about educating their workforce, foreign languages, and different aspects of intelligence collection and analysis. It came up a little bit on the previous panel with recruiting, with maybe one of the challenges being that the GI Bill education incentives aren't what they were and are maybe being duplicated out in the private sector a little more than they have in the past and are losing their value a little bit as a recruitment incentive. Can you talk a little bit about your thoughts on how we use education going forward for retaining people in the national security enterprise, but then also building up that workforce to be even more capable, and where maybe there's some ways we can kind of kill two birds with one stone and do both of those?
Anybody else want to go first?
I can jump in if you'd like. I think from a skill perspective, it ties to what we see as those three key things. People want career opportunities in their careers. They want to see flexibility, and obviously they want a strong total rewards compensation model. At the heart of all of that is learning and teaching and skilling. And so in today's world, forget, I hate to say this, some of the 4-year bachelor's degrees are a requirement for a job. Some of the technology that people need to learn and deploy have been invented and retired, right, in less than 4 years. And so the application of upskilling and education and the cycle time is so critical now that we need to not only provide our employees avenues and pathways to take cyber certification, right, to use what the best practices from the industries are bringing to bear as a collective, but to also incent individuals who might not think that they have the aptitude to move into these fields. We know that we have a shortage of technical talent to meet the demand that's out there. And so at Booz Allen, we started to build programs. We built a technical excellence program, and we are putting individuals who have the aptitude, right? We do assessments through these cyber-type programs, and when they come out the other side of a 14-week program, it's based on the core cyber skills, intermediate cyber skills. 60% of this talent who had no cyber experience before are testing at expert-level proficiencies. And so you can upskill. You have to identify what the programs and build that content and build that capability, but you also have to inspire talent to see that that's a path that might not be a traditional path that they came from. At large, we also provide our employees with flexible education benefits, because some of it really is, how do I skill them for a particular role or a particular job? In other cases, they do want to further their education, so they want to go back to school, right? And so we're providing, tuition assistance and academic assistance for our employees to do both individual certifications, but also academic programs. We benefit, they benefit. It becomes sort of that, it's not a balance anymore. It's a need for us to grow our business because we're creating pipeline. We're creating talent in those areas that are really, really hard to just assume that they're going to be in the market. We're competing for talent with others, so if we can grow it inside the organization, again, it solves our retention problem, and it also helps us lift the entire organization's capability.
I've taught lots of Booz Allen young employees that are using their tuition benefits to come to Georgetown, whether they're in the Intel community or DoD, and it's great because it's a recruitment tool and it's a retention tool, and that goes back to that on the education piece. These are intertwined, right? I think institutions within the national security workforce are recognizing the imperative of partnering with many educational institutions. And I think that the reason why they're doing so is to solve some of the recruitment challenges. And so we see National Security Agency and Cyber Command partnering with HBCUs to bring in students who are on a track for cybersecurity and information technology, but who might not be considering a career in the national security workforce. And this just goes back to we can't overlook the fact that careers in national security to somebody on the outside tend to look pretty opaque. And people who are likely to join them are those who have some insights into what a life might look like in the first place. So in the military, it's this family business aspect where I know what the Army looks like because I grew up around it and so forth. These partnerships with educational institutions help students peer behind the curtain and see what opportunities might look like in working in national security. So that will have not just immediate recruitment benefits by recruiting a more diverse workforce and working on some of those propensity to serve challenges, but it has retention implications. And to your point about kind of these incentives and so forth, and to Meredith's earlier about how big does the military need to be in order to foster what we call broadening programs, I think we did a better job of it in the 1980s. Now, again, the military was pretty big back then, but we look at the number of officers at any given time, especially in the Army, that were in graduate school. It's a staggering number in civilian graduate school. And those opportunities in comparison are much fewer in nature. And so some of that is rooted in the post-9/11 wars. Some of that is rooted in organizational culture, right, where we can't afford you to go take a knee and spend a year or two in graduate school. But if we go back to focusing on talent and preparing to thrive and grow future strategic leaders, I can't imagine a better investment than sending them to advanced civil schooling in civilian graduate school. It's one of the most important things I think each of the services can do, and each service sort of has their own baggage and how they approach it, right? So that can be an easy win, I think. And again, we did this to greater effect in the 1980s than we're doing today. And we can look at what are the desires of individuals, right, at an early level in their career, you know, when they're just joining the workforce, or in the military if they're a young 03 or 04, they typically want to go to grad school. And that can be, again, a great retention incentive. That changes over time, right? When they're more senior, it might be stability, it might be more family concerns, but I think education is inextricably linked to both recruitment and retention.
So I've two things that are not super well connected, 2 points. One would be, you know, I teach college students. I'm at a public university. There's a number of students who feel crushed by the prospects of their current or future student debt to achieve their education. You know, if you're thinking about levers, policy levers, I think, you know, the GI Bill might be, you know, the idea that it's an enlistment tool for future gaining education at a later time, thinking more seriously about how to relieve student debt that feels crippling to this generation who doesn't feel like they can buy a home because they're saddled with student debt. You know, that's something that is pretty practical. The other thing that wasn't mentioned here is, you know, the military has its own form of education, professional military education. It's not a broadening experience per se. It's a routine part of at least the officer expectation. I am less informed about, but I believe that for civilians in the federal workforce, having similar kinds of opportunities for regular professional education of any sort would be another, you know, pathway to ensure that you maintain your talent pool. Look, I'm at the University of Maryland. We would love to take your tuition dollars and educate, you know, national security professionals. But I also think that thinking about how the current structures, the current PME system might better accommodate more defense and national security related civilians would also be a place to think about building greater opportunities.
So if we established earlier here that we don't have an acute retention crisis right now, And if we could agree that we established on an earlier panel that we at least have a recruiting problem, whether or not it's a crisis might be still up to debate, but definitely a problem. Can you speculate a little bit, and I underline speculate here, how long you think it will be or not that until this recruiting problem will catch up and create a retention problem?
So I was thinking about this morning. Typically, if you have a recruiting problem that's based largely on the state of the economy, right? The people who don't think this is a crisis, we're just waiting for the next recession for this to all go away. But the fact that we don't have a retention crisis says there's something that's decoupling those two things in terms of just economics, right? How long before it goes away? I don't have the answer to why recruiting and retention are not both following the market in the same way. And as a result, I think it's challenging to think about when, crises, non-crises, have an inflection point, because it's hard to understand why they're moving in a decoupled way for me.
Yeah, I think Tom on the previous panel talked about complacency on the recruitment challenge, but I think there can be complacency on the retention bit. And the fact that we've been okay inhibits us from digging deeper onto why people leave, to my earlier point. And we can look at certain canaries in the mine, right, of what might be an area that we want to dig into deeper. As we recruit a more diverse force, because the American public is more diverse, right? We look at inhibitors to retention can be, well, I can't see myself serving as a senior leader in this organization or in this institution. And so if that gap does not close, if we continue to have women and racial minorities underrepresented in senior leadership positions, that's probably going to speak to ongoing retention issues, if not exacerbating them and so forth. So again, I go back to we can learn a little bit, at least as we find out why people choose to leave, and see if there are some systemic things in there that might be, again, under the radar screen because we're doing an okay job of meeting aggregate numbers. But exploring the reasons for departure would be useful before we get to any type of crisis point.
I think to me it's definition. I would challenge us. I do think we have a retention issue. We might not, from a volume standpoint, you might look at a retention rate and say, look, we're not spiking the way that we, we're challenged from a recruiting perspective. But I think each organization, each department needs to look at who is leaving. If your best talent, those who are performing, at their peak now, and those who have tremendous capability and potential, if that is the population that's making up the portion who's leaving, you have a retention problem, right? And so I think to your point about understanding from a data, really segmenting and learning what's happening with your workforce, you may very well have a retention. I had one when I was in the United States Postal Service. Our numbers didn't say so. We had an on-average attrition rate of 2.5% to 3% across a workforce of 600,000. You might say that's pretty good. But in the management ranks at certain levels, we were losing our best talent. And so we had a problem, and we needed to deploy programs targeted at that talent in order to address that issue. So again, where I think as an industry and as a sector, we need to really be more thoughtful about what are we trying to achieve, because just because people aren't leaving also doesn't mean part of our attraction problem is we have a need for this new talent that our internal workforce isn't able to achieve, right? And so sometimes you do need to be able to mobilize your internal workforce in a different way to be able to meet those needs. So I think it's definitional, Brad. I think we need to really understand what can we do to provide and create the most optimal workforce to meet today and tomorrow's needs.
Could I add one quick thought, referencing back to Ryan Pause's War on the Rocks article again, also endorse, everyone should read it. He brings up the idea of kind of a looming retention problem that relates to the blended retirement system. And if that was implemented in 2018, and you have new officers that, came of age, might have entered under that system. We're coming up on what, about 5 years, in the next 1 to 5 years, you might be seeing people who otherwise would be thinking, well, I've stuck it out this long, I need to make it to 20, who now don't have to be tied to the institution. So that's a nearer term, thing that somebody should be really looking. I'm not doing it, so I don't know what the data say. And we probably, are just at the beginning of a potential iceberg if people are leaving because now they can walk with some of their, vested retirement funds with them.
Okay, at this point, I think we'll open it up to some questions. So if you'd raise your hand, one of the Brookings staff will come around with a microphone. I'll call on you. If you could briefly, I emphasize briefly, please state your question, and I'll ask the panel to respond, and we'll try and get through as many as we can. I also have some that were submitted online that we'll try and get to as well. So in the back corner, the blue shirt.
Hey, good morning. My name is Jared Wharton. I'm a military fellow at CSIS. Junior officer retention is often considered a bellwether for the health of the all-volunteer force. And as end strength goes down and requirements at best remain stagnant, I think we may be on the precipice of an iceberg, especially when you look at the stress placed not on just that population, but the populations that we hope to retain. My question is an aspect missing from this dialogue pertaining to perhaps elevating the threshold for requirements altogether?
Can you just help me understand that last bit, elevate the requirements on what specifically?
Sure, of course. So take, for instance, we've removed about 190,000 service members from the CENTCOM AOR over the last several years. End strength has gone down, requirements have not gone down. It's not like there's a decrease in the demand signal. So that leads to the downstream effect that there will be more stress on that same population with less end strength. So add that to the BRS, the blended retirement system, what's the outcome?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't know if I have a really well thought out answer for you other than, yes, I agree. We do a great job of adding requirements and we do a horrible job of taking them away. And large organizations just have institutional memory of continuing to do what they've always done. And it can be harder to take those requirements off. I think that's a great civil military conversation, at least where the military is involved, because that has to be done in concert with civilian oversight and the tasks and responsibilities that are given. We could go on a whole tangent, right, on unfunded requirements and so forth that I think are related to this, right? And it's rooted into organizational culture too, where the military enjoys taking on tasks and wants to do it because they're well organized in many regards, but shedding those can be really, really hard. And I think to the point that you make too, if we are sort of heading down a road of things could get worse on retention, it's even more important to kind of take that on now. On your earlier point about junior officer retention, we were talking a little bit about this before we came on for the panel. When we were junior officers, this was the conversation. Why are captains leaving the military? Oh my gosh, what's happening? And so there's part of this that I think this has been a standard thing for a while, and we haven't quite figured out why talent leaves, right? Because we may have some retention blips for a while, and then they even out, and we continue to meet numbers, and it inhibits us from asking and setting up institutional processes to figure out why talent leaves, because that's as important as retaining top talent as it is just retaining numbers too. So
I'll put on a little bit of a researcher hat, having also lived through the captain's crisis days in the late 90s. And I remember being somewhat frustrated by the conversation about why captains were leaving seemed to be dominated by captains who weren't leaving. Right, and so you were sampling on sort of the obverse of the dependent, the zero of the dependent variable. And just to reiterate Heidi's point about being, intellectually curious and empirically rigorous when we try to do this, don't ask the people who have stuck around why all those other dirtbags left, which felt like a part of the narrative. And instead, talk to the people who left, talk to the people who stay, and come up with a good model, right, of how decisions are being made.
I do think it's a great point, because that's what the reasons people leave evolve. And so to your point about not changing requirements, the reality is those who are left in any organization, whether it's the military, the private sector, when you're asked to do more with less, without new tools, without additional upskilling, without additional support or infrastructure, that starts to create other retention challenges, right? And so it becomes this downward spiral. And it is something that you need to watch for and understand. And again, Heidi made the great point at the very beginning. Understanding what's happening is critically important. Don't assume. I've seen it for decades. Why are people leaving? Compensation. It's always compensation. People make the decision to finally accept another job typically because the compensation hit the mark. That's not why they started looking, right? In almost every case, it was something else. It was some other trigger that planted the seed in their mind, the grass is greener somewhere else. That's what you have to be able to find. That's what we have to put programs in place and practices in place to go after. That will change the attrition trend.
And just to go back to tie into that, to Jaren's question, there might be some existing tools we have to see when there's dissatisfaction in the workplace and when there's morale problems, right? And for the military, the DOCS command climate surveys sometimes are limited in their utility and need a little bit more response rates and so forth. But all these organizations, in the federal government employ climate surveys, and you can track over time that can show some indicators of just general dissatisfaction because of workload imbalance. And I think that's important to dig into that data. We collect data. The federal government collects data every day, and it goes unexploited, right? And I think so smart people who have access to the data can dig into this in a little bit of a meaningful way.
I'll just add one more piece. One more piece to that. I'll add one more piece to that. I could use my Army voice as a civilian. I do believe that the National Guard is having a retention problem, and so there's a whole force enterprise here, and if people leave active duty, go into the reserves, and find that that's where they're being pushed too hard, the retention may not be in that challenge. That may be the leading indicator, and it suggests the data suggest that's exactly what's happening.
Thank you so much. My name is Rudy Novak. I'm a major in the U.S. Air Force, as well as a student at Johns Hopkins SICE across the street. So services recruit individuals for specific jobs: pilot, infantryman, ship driver. I'm an Air Force guy, so I don't know the actual term. I think it's service warfare officer. But the vast majority of previous education, training, their own personal time, they learn a valuable skill, whether it's programming, they get a degree in computer science, but they end up doing something else. As a retention problem, as I have experienced, a lot of folks leave because they feel like that skill is being underutilized. So do you guys know of any organizations that do it well, or any recommendations to capitalize on that talent that we have within the force, so folks want to stay because they feel like the things that they are passionate about are actually, they're using those skills? Thanks.
As a federal contractor, we see that. One of the top reasons people leave Booz Allen is because their interests don't match the work that they're doing. And so earlier I talked about career mobility, creating opportunities for people. Part of that is because they want to move their career. Part of it is because we want them to find themselves in their work. We want them to feel that connection, right? And that the skills that they either bring or the skills that they just acquired, which is actually a little bit of a different segment. People today are less patient to find that job that allows them to use that newly earned skill, right, than they are to say, hey, okay, if I stay on this path in 6 years, I can see how that's going to help me. And so we're using technology. We created an internal marketplace to make opportunities really, really visible to people so that they can go in, use technology. These are the skills I have, the certifications I have. Same thing on the opportunity side. And it provides people matches. Other segments of the business that they might not have any visibility into will show you can apply these skills to these roles that they had not even thought about. And so I think to get to that very thing, organizations need to use technology, right? We do it in our day-to-day lives. We go online and we type into a search engine, I want to buy X, and it returns a whole bunch of things. You have the same capabilities from a talent standpoint. These are the skills that I have, the skills that I want. It can return training. If you took these 2 training courses, you'll be ready to go. Or these are the opportunities that already exist for you. And so we are constantly, your point is right on, we are constantly trying to make sure we both stabilize, because we can't have people moving every day, right? So there's some part of that. But we also want people to be able to see there are absolutely opportunities to use your skills, newly acquired, aspirational skills here at Booz Allen. Stay with us.
I'll offer one perhaps encouraging note here, and I think the data still remains to totally be seen on this, but the Army has started a marketplace for assignments, for officers at least, where you sort of market your knowledge, skills, attributes, behaviors, and you incorporate all sorts of things that aren't necessarily purely on your military record that can be seen. So it might include some skills and certifications that you've had, unique undergraduate experiences and so forth. I don't think we have enough data yet to see how well this is showing, hey, we put this person here that we ordinarily wouldn't have because that wouldn't have been transparent, but there seems to be greater officer satisfaction in the process as they've had maybe 2 or 3 years under this model. It's one very narrow thing, but it ties into the technology bit because part of the systems that have to enable this are ways to meta tag you that, oh, I didn't know that you were a paramedic before you joined the Navy. I didn't know that you spoke Mandarin because we didn't capture that somewhere. The technology, I think, has to be there that when big, large, lumbering organizations need to find talent quickly, they have a mechanism to do so. Because with the absence of that, you have all the horror stories. And I think linguists probably have the most horror stories, like, I spoke Mandarin and I joined the Army and they sent me to learn Arabic and I was in Iraq. And so there's lots of examples of that. But I think the technology has to enable, how can I quickly find people with these unique skills?
It's also a diversity opportunity for us, right? Because it gets us away from our adjacency bias, right? If all you see are the people that you're with every day and you have an opportunity, those are the individuals who are top of mind. And they might be very well suited to fill those roles. But in large organizations, there are so many talented individuals, and using technology to harness that and create visibility on both sides really does drive diversity and inclusion in organizations.
My colleagues have said all the smart things.
Okay, we're going to go to an online question. So here's the question. Prior to 2008, 50% of Army National Guard recruits came from active duty. That number is now 20%. That's a substantial reduction of those that already had a propensity to serve. How is an operational National Guard going to make up the 30% difference given the fact that active duty soldiers no longer cascade to the National Guard because of its op tempo? And before I ask you to respond, so that's a very specific question about the National Guard. So if you feel qualified to answer about the National Guard, please do so. But I'm going to borrow a page from some of my Brookings mentors here and take a little moderator privilege on this question. And what jumped out at me is this idea of cascading, maybe into another element of the national security enterprise. So for example, military member goes to the civil service, goes to private company, civil servant goes to a private company, vice versa, or any of the above move to academia or a think tank. And so I think if we take a step up and look holistically across the enterprise, it seems like there are a lot of opportunities to move laterally. And so if you don't feel qualified to speak about the National Guard, could you speak a little bit about how you think we're doing as an enterprise, retaining people and letting them move laterally into another element, or maybe multiple times throughout their career? And do we need to do better at that, the lateral movement within the enterprise, not so much stovepiped and just looking at, for example, military retention? I'll leave it there.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think my RAND colleagues have done some work thinking about, alternate models for opening up these pathways to facilitate, going from military to government to reserves, to facilitate that movement. One thing that I do think is a bit of a challenge is the movement seems to start from military and cascade to other sectors, as opposed to, let's say, starting as a Department of Defense, national security civilian and cascading out to other places, right? So there's sort of an assumption that the military institutional affiliation starts at the top and they trickle down. To the point where I think the civilian national security enterprise, we've heard rumblings about the challenge of people like my students at the University of Maryland, probably at Georgetown, actually, who invest 4 years of education, who want to enter the national security enterprise as a civilian and find it very difficult to get hired without military experience, given veteran preferences, given that 30% of veterans work in the federal workforce. I think 50% of the Department of Defense or something to that number are veterans. And so it's a great thing, right, in principle, that we don't lose the investment we made in training folks who served in the military, and we can retain some of that investment if they move to the other components or they move into the civilian workforce. I worry that it comes at the expense of crowding out interested civilians who don't want to take the military path but still want to serve their country. And that's a different recruiting question, but it's really important. So I can't speak to the 30% delta and where we come up with the National Guard, but I do think figuring out how to get more talented, getting all of the talented civilians into the workforce. We don't want to miss the propensity we have wherever it comes in the national security enterprise, and I feel like we miss out on some really talented people.
Yeah, great points. So just to amplify a couple things there and then I don't feel qualified to comment on the National Guard question, but maybe I feel qualified to speculate, and I'll come back to that one in a second. But great point about institutionally, the military does a great job of helping people transition to life in the civilian sector. In fact, in many cases, they can do an internship and skill bridge where for 6 months they're working in another corporation and still being paid by their parent service. The opposite path does not exist. And again, barriers, this is more of a recruitment bit but than retention. Barriers to entry, one can be simply the long time it takes to get a security clearance. You're turning off prospective civilian talent all the time, simply because how long it takes for that to transpire. And the veterans' preference. We had a conference at Georgetown we hosted at the beginning of the month on the all-volunteer force turning 50, and I think Peter Fever was one of the panelists at our final panel who said that provision should be rescinded for positions within the Office of the Secretary of Defense. Don't eliminate veterans' preference, but if you're trying to recruit civilian talent into purely civilian positions, we should, again, recognize that the national security workforce is opaque and the barriers to entry are real, and to try to minimize those as much as we can for civilians to get into the enterprise. Your point earlier, Meredith, about not a lot of civilian opportunities to go to professional military education. Typically, that doesn't occur until somebody is at a GS-15 level, about ready to look at SES, and they might get to go to one of the war colleges here in town. We don't do a great job of finding opportunities earlier in a civilian's career to expose them to that type of those education settings. On to the National Guard, right? Just my pure speculation, right? That the way we have used the National Guard in the past 10 to 20 years is going to impact propensity to serve in the National Guard. We turn to the Guard for all sorts of things, right? Administering COVID vaccines, driving school buses, being substitute teachers, humanitarian disaster relief. There's been an overuse of the Guard, and I think that changes people's perception of the organization and the idea that they can have a full civilian career and get to do that. So I think there's plenty of opportunities for further research to test to see if that speculation holds up, but there are enough, I think, concerning indicators that may be a real reason why we're seeing declining rates of lateral transfer from the active duty into the Guard.
I certainly can't opine on the National Guard item, but what I will say to my colleagues' points, the barriers, even for a federal contractor, whether it's our labor categories requiring degrees where candidly certifications that individuals have earned that make them experts in their field should really qualify. The time periods, 8 years of experience, 10 years of experience, when some of these technologies in applications haven't even existed that long. These are barriers that inhibit our ability to really bring an entirely new workforce to the federal space, to the national security space. And so we do really need to work on some of those artificial barriers. We should be really outcome driven and outcome focused and ensure we have the right talent with the right skills and expertise deployed to our nation's biggest, most challenging problems. And so these are barriers that as a collective, I think we have to continue to work to address.
Okay, well, with that, I think that pretty much brings us up to the end of our hour here. So please join me in thanking our third panel. We're going to take about a 15-minute break here to reconfigure for the keynote lunch with General Robinson. For anybody that's remaining for the lunch, and we hope you're all sticking around with us for the last portion of the forum this morning, the box lunches will be available in the foyer outside the auditorium. If you'd please go grab those and use the restroom, take a break, and then come back in here so we can get started on time for General Robinson's keynote. Thank you very much.
The moderator, and I would like to welcome General Robinson. Great to see you, ma'am.
Good to see you too, Jason. Thank goodness.
Well, we're glad you could join us virtually. We'd love to have you in person, but I get the honor to try to speed through an incredible career. So if you'll bear with me.
Before you do that, may I say something?
Absolutely, ma'am.
So Jason, congratulations to you and all your fellow executive fellows. I mean, it's a true honor to go to Brookings. It's like one of the most amazing experiences I ever had. And to be selected to do it and then to experience the things that you get to experience and see the things that you never thought you would see is just amazing. And is Michael out there?
Hi, Laurie. Yes, I am.
Yes, ma'am. He's in the audience.
So Michael, as always, thank you for being you. You are a truth to power person. We don't always agree on everything, and we have to have one conversation on the side, which we'll do some other time. But you are incredible, and your heart is huge. And so you take care of these folks. And I just wanted to say thank you to Michael, because he really is just an incredible human being. And I don't know sometimes what I would do without him. So I just have to say that before you diatribe about me. But it's all about Brookings. It's about Michael. It's about what they make us think about. So I just had to say all that. I'm sorry, Jason.
Thank you, Laurie. Jason, could you tell her that I'm trying to like the Army less?
Hold on. They told me I'm the moderator. I get to do my thing.
I'm just going to say that was way too kind, Laurie, and I am trying to like the Army slightly less and the Air Force slightly more. I'm working on it.
I give him a hard time about that all the time, just so you know.
That's good to hear. You're not the only one. So, awesome. Well,
sorry, Jason, I apologize. I just wanted to say thank you. I'm humbled. And I'm sorry I'm not there, but if you could see the colors on my ankle, you would be like mesmerized. So anyway.
All righty. Well, we hope you get better soon. And with that, I'm going to give a slightly brief introduction, but as you can tell already, just an incredible person, human being, and a leader. So General Robertson entered the Air Force through the ROCT program at the University of New Hampshire, go Wildcats. She also served in a variety of positions as an air battle manager, to include becoming an instructor and commander of the Command and Control Operations Division at the Air Force Fighter Weapons School. So those who have seen Top Gun, you know what a weapons school is. Well, Air Force, we're
No. Ours is better.
Yep. And absolutely ours is better. She achieved the rating of a senior air battle manager. She has over 900 flight hours in the E-3. And with that, she commanded an operations group, a training wing, an air control group, and deployed as the vice commander of the 405th Air Expeditionary Wing that led over 2,000 airmen flying the B-1, the KC-135, and the E-3 in operations of enduring and Iraqi freedom. Not only that, somehow she worked into her career becoming a fellow at Brookings, which we'll touch on a little bit more later, and then also went on to become the first female commander of a combatant commander of Air Force, PACAF, which is called Pacific Air Forces and Air Component Commander and U.S. Pacific Command. And then also she followed up as the first female COMCOM commander for the United States Northern Command and North American Aerospace Defense Command. For those who don't know, U.S. NORTHCOM partners to connect homeland defense, civil support, and security cooperation to defend and secure the United States and its interests, and NORAD conducts the aerospace warning in the defense of North America. As she retired from that, she came back and did a couple other things. We'll hit on it in a little bit, but just so you guys know the caliber we're talking about, she did this, what I think is an incredibly big deal. In 2016, Times put her as one of the most 100 influential people.
I can't hear you, Jason.
Oh, thanks. Back in 2016, she earned Times top 100 people of interest. And then, since that wasn't just enough, she decided to take over the cover of Times. My words, back in 2017, where they talked about some of the most influential people of making first. Along in that issue that was covered were some people that you might have heard of, Oprah Winfrey and Melinda Gates, to just name it two, the caliber of people that she was in with. So with that being said, I'd like to turn the floor over to you, ma'am, and ask you, what motivated you to join the military?
So Jason, that's a great question. First of all, congratulations again to you. Secondly, what I would say is that I really didn't want to go in the military. My father was a 30-year officer. He was RF-4, RF-101 pilot. I'm the oldest of 5 children. And, and from the oldest to the youngest is 6 years. And so he's looking at, how am I going to pay these bills? And so he looked at me as I was getting ready to be a junior in high school. And he said to me, Lori, why don't you think about going to the Air Force Academy? And I was like, yeah, like there's no way. I have no desire to go in the Air Force. I've been doing this for 18 years because there no bad stuff, but it was just like I had no desire. So after we did some wrangling about where I would go to school, I went to University of New Hampshire because it was our state of residence, and it was where grandparents were, it was where my aunt and uncle were, it was all the family was there because my mom and dad and the rest of my siblings were getting ready to go overseas, back to Germany. And so, I was going to be a French and German major, and then Friday nights got in part of all of that, i.e. too much partying. And then I decided I wanted to be a teacher. And so as I went through all of this, I was going to be an English major. I wanted to be a teacher. But what happened was they said, okay, that's fine if you want to do that, but you have to do a 5th year. And I'm like, oh, I'm not going to do a 5th year, right? So I decided to join ROTC. And I decided that, I wanted to do something where I could come out the other side with a job. And that kind of really was what was in my pea brain. Now, the interesting part was that when I made that decision to join ROTC, the colonel in charge of ROTC, my father was the best man at his wedding. So, it's just ridiculous. And so I joined ROTC, and then when they gave me the job to be an air battle manager, the commander of the ROTC detachment said, Lori, you've got to get yourself out of this job. And I'm like, why? And he's like, because there's no ending to it. You might make captain, potentially major, but that's it. And he's like, you need to get your dad to get you out of it. And I'm like, well, first of all, I'm not going to ask my dad to do anything because I'm on my own now. And secondly, so I'm going to go do this. So the incentive was really, Jason, at the end of the day, was to have a job, to be on my own, so my father didn't have to, and my parents didn't have to worry about me. And then I end up in this career field was kind of weird back then, and we ate our own, and all that. So, that's kind of how all that happened. There was no really thoughtful process. It wasn't, oh, okay, I'm going to do this. It was like, okay, I just want to try and get a job.
Wonderful.
And that sounds really horrible, but it was really, but it was mesmerizing to me. I have probably one of my favorite pictures is my dad swearing me in. And what I learned out of all of that was supporting and defending the Constitution.
Wonderful. I love the passion. I love the realism of the story and the way you bring that to life. One of the things that, to tug on a thread on that, is we talk about our military and as we're evolving in diversity and how the air battle manager career field in itself is dynamic. But can you discuss some of the challenges you faced and what you did to overcome them to make it to senior leader?
So it's not what I did. It's the people that believed in me. So if you look at me, you know, and I'm a woman, but the other side to that is that I was in the combat air forces, and all of my mentors and all of the people that cared about me were fighter pilots. And they cared about me not because I was a woman, it was because I happened to be pretty good at what I did. And probably the biggest compliment I ever got was that if I go to war, I want Lori on the radio. I mean, I can't think of anything bigger than that. So to me, diversity is hugely important, and I'll talk about that here in a second. But to me, they didn't care so much that I was a woman. They cared so much that I was good at what I did. They cared so much that I was able to be a part of their team. I mean, early on, because when I was at the fighter weapons school, better than Top Gun, when I was at the fighter weapons school, I have to always throw that in several times. Can I do one other story before I get back to that? So when I took over command at PACAF, Admiral Locklear was my component commander boss. And so obviously I have organized, train, and equip, General Welsh, Admiral Locklear, you know, my component commander boss. And so when he spoke, he said, okay, so PACOM, it was just PACOM at the time. PACOM owns 52% of the globe from an area of responsibility, and which is true. And he said, you know, the Navy owns 83% of that, but the Air Force owns 100% of air. So I just quote Admiral Locklear all the time and remind everybody, you know, about that. But I'll go back to, you know, my learnings of teamwork, about being a part of something bigger than yourself. And I'm going to say that here in a second. But the fact of the matter was, what was important was that we were a part of a team. I was a part of their team, and that I understood my role and responsibility. So I'll say one other story and then I'll get it back to you. I had this amazing wing commander. We all remember our wing commanders, our one-star generals and all that stuff. I had this amazing wing commander, and I'll tell you his name here in a second. We had a wing commander that's call on a Friday afternoon, and he said to us, you're part of something bigger than yourself. And I was like, what does he mean by that? And what I learned over time was that it actually wasn't about me. It was about the team. It was about making you better than me. I need you to be better than I ever was. Because if I make you better than me, then I make the institution better. And that, at the end of the day, is what we all really, really want. So who was this one-star wing commander? Oh, I don't know, this guy by the name of General John P. Jumper. So I'll go back to, it wasn't, I had the privilege to serve, but I had these mentors that cared about me, you know, that watched me, and they were all about the team. And so I'll stop there and let you continue on. I apologize. Too many stories.
That's exactly what we're here for, to share those
I
experiences.
can't hear you.
Sorry, that's exactly what we're here for, to share those experiences, to be able to learn from those firsthand. Because you kind of hit on it. You were talking a little bit about the team and how that is. How did that shape your leadership philosophy? And can you give us an example in a story?
Yeah. So I got to think about how to talk about this for a minute. So one of the things I learned as a commander, especially, so you're going to get to be a commander, is that if it's not illegal or more unethical, then it's teachable. None of us were born with a big red tag on our big toe that says, here's how you're a commander, or here's how you are XYZ, right? So I had a couple wing commanders when I was a group commander, and I'll leave it at that. We'll just kind of leave it at that. And what I learned was that if I could teach them how to be better, I didn't care how, I mean, it wasn't about me, it was about them. You know, so to me, the biggest story that I have out of all of that is, how do you teach people and not worry about yourself? What you don't want to do is worry about yourself. What you want to do is make it better for everybody else. And if you worry about yourself, then you're not worried about the institution. So, you know, so you're going to take this right now. So what classes have you taken while you were at Brookings?
So far, I've taken one of the seminar courses with Washington University in cybersecurity and risk management.
So do they still have Washington and Congress and Washington, D.C.?
I believe that's available through their philosophy course on that. So WashU does offer those courses, ma'am. Yes.
Perfect. You should do that. It was probably the biggest lessons that I learned there, you know, was not just because of Michael, because Michael took care of all of us. Do they still have the Friday lunches?
We have a Peckman lunch that goes on, and then Michael did a great job in the fall before it got too cold. On Wednesdays, we had a standing lunch invitation that we had an opportunity not only to interact with him, but some of the other staff. So it's not so much a workplace, it's more of a family of professionals. Is that more accurate?
Yeah, I mean, my favorite thing, it was our Friday lunches, and EJ Dion would come and, you know, talk about and be the mentor for the whole thing. But it was such a learning environment about how things in Washington, D.C. work. And so when you and your fellow FEFs, you know, depart, it's the part where you can see things in a bit of a different lens, if that makes sense. And you can take that and you can hold that a little bit. Now, at the tactical level, you won't see it, but you'll understand it. I will tell you, my year at Brookings was wonderful. That's why I wanted to know about yours. But I sit back and I go back to the whole point of teaching. It's your job to teach now.
Yes, ma'am. And speaking of your time here at Brookings, as you talked about the lunches and as we go and look at making the impacts on strategy, I also noticed that you did a legislative fellowship also and had some time up there on Capitol Hill. Could you share some of those experiences?
Ooh. So I did 2 jobs there. One was as in charge of the colonel's office. So each of the services has a colonel that sits in the House office and sits in the Senate office, and then each of the services has a 2-star job. So I did both. I did the colonel's house, and then I did the 2-star job. Here's what I would tell you. One of the things, the biggest lesson I learned early on was when I was a colonel, me and the chief and the two-star went to a member's house. And we walked in and said our thing and walked out. And I turned and looked at the two-star. And I said, he's like all messed up. That member has no clue. And the two-star looked at me and he said, Lori, nobody's going to get the football and run 100 yards by themselves. That we have to do this together. Everybody's not going to get what they want, but we have to do this together. And so when I became the two-star in charge of our legislative affairs for the Air Force, I realized that you've got to figure out, how do you compromise? How do you get to some middle conversation? How do we say, here's what we need in the Air Force, but understanding what members need in their districts and senators need in their states? How do we have this conversation so that we can kind of try to get to the middle? And I think that's the discourse that I really learned the most about, was how do we do that? It was probably the most intriguing thing. I think that so I will say this. Here's another story, you'll laugh. My grandmother was one of the first women in the New Hampshire legislature. And so I'm in college and she calls me and she says, Lori Jean, hey, they're getting ready to put a bill out there that's going to change the drinking age from 18 to 21. And I don't agree with it. And she said, so what I would like you to do, she said, because we can draft you at 18, you can drive at 18, but you can't do that. I violently disagree. So what I would like you to do is I would like you to come and protest. So I do, because that's my grandmother. And I go and I sit upstairs in the New Hampshire State Legislature, and my picture ends up on the front page of the Manchester Union. My grandmother is so proud. I still have the original. She writes a note to my father. My parents are living in Germany at the time. She writes a note to my father and she's like, look at what your daughter did. And my father calls me, you know, he's in the Air Force still. And he's like, Lori, what are you doing? And I was like, but Grandma said, you know? So I come from this very political background. But what I would say is I learned in those 2 years is those two different assignments, is this relationship between the department, the services, and the Hill. And the ability to sit back and speak to them, and they're going to do what they're going to do. But how do you muddle your way through it and understand that nobody's really going to get 100% of what they want?
No, great lessons and great advice on that. At this time, I'm going to open it up to the floor for a few conversations and see who has a couple questions, and then I have a couple from the audiences that they sent in ahead.
Great. Except for Michael, he always asks the hard questions. I looked at my interview, Michael, with you the couple of years ago that we did, and I'm like, oh my God, I hope he doesn't ask me those questions.
Well, at this time I'm going to take it one from the audience that came back in earlier, talking about the first. And your name, as you do a Google search, comes up with a lot of firsts. Being the first in a historical career, being not only the air battle manager, as we talked about, of the 552nd ACW at Tinker Air Force Base, first commander of PACAF forces, the first at NORTHCOM, the first 4-star female general on Time Magazine, and the list just goes on and on. So for the audience, this is my first time moderating. This is my first time at Brookings, and this is my first hybrid that I'm in charge of. So I've got a few firsts, but nothing in comparison to you. What is your most memorable first for you?
So I'm humbled, right? I'm absolutely humbled. I don't think about it as firsts. I think about it as, so one of my good friends is a guy by the name of Simon Sinek. And Simon and I spent some time together. If anybody's read his book, you know, What's Your Why? W-H-Y. And Simon and I spent a lot of time together talking about my why, W-H-Y. And what we decided, or as we went through this whole conversation, was my why was to create a path for others to follow. So the good news is we've got Laura Richardson, we've got Jackie Van Ovost, you know, we've got other people out there. I just happened to be the first, but I bet I was first not because just of me, but because of people that believed in me, because people that thought that I could do the things. I mean, I will never forget, you know, when General Welsh called me and said, Lori, I want you to be the vice at Air Combat Command. You know this. When was the last time there was not a fighter pilot being the vice at Air Combat Command? Correct. Right? I'll never forget when, you know, my boss told me, hey, Lori, I think you're going to go be the PACAF commander. And General Welsh called me to do that. So I had these people that believed in me. So I sit back and, you know, I can look at all that. But at the end of the day, for me, it was about producing, doing the right thing, being truth to power, not being afraid of telling people what I think. You know, when Secretary Carter called me and told me, you know, so we were on our way to India, from PACAF to India, and Secretary Carter called me and he said, Lori, I'm going to nominate you to go to Colorado Springs. I said, Mr. Secretary, are you kidding me? Now, I've known him for a while. He and I didn't always agree on things. I'd known him for a while. He's like, yes, you're the perfect person. And so what I learned out of all those years is telling the truth and not being afraid that somebody's like, yeah, I don't like what she's saying. And I'll give you one other story and then I'll be quiet. When all the AWACS came back from overseas to tinker, one of the things we had to talk about to Air Combat Command was how many airplanes or how many crews do we have that are mission ready? Not many, because we've done a lot of circles in the sky. And so I went to my wing commander and I said, hey boss, before I send this to Air Combat Command, I want you to know I'm going to say this isn't pretty. It doesn't look good. Not good. And he's like, just tell the truth. Okay, boss. So I did that. And then about 3 weeks later, all the group commanders from Air Combat Command were together. And the 2-star at Air Combat Command said, hey, you know what? Lori Robinson's the only one that got it right, because she said what she can't do from a combat capability perspective. So my lesson has always been just tell the truth. And if you move forward, you move forward. And if you don't, you don't, but you can look yourself in the mirror.
Outstanding. Really appreciate that personal perspective on that. I've got 2 more questions that came in already. I want to check with our audience to see if anybody else had a question before I go on to it. I do.
Thank you. Thanks very much, ma'am. My name is Melanie Sisson. I'm here at Brookings, so I'm also, as you are, a big fan of Brookings. And Jason, in terms of your first, it's quite a first outing, so congratulations on that. My question is really straightforward, which is, are you concerned about the state of the armed forces today? Do you have confidence in the direction that we're going? What is your impression of how the military is perceived in the general population? Any one of those questions would be of interest. Thanks.
You bet. So here's a couple things I would say. You know, when you retire and it's been 5 years, you know, you're kind of an outsider. But here's what I would say. I trust Secretary Austin. I trust the leadership. I trust their ability. What I watch is this relationship between that and Congress and all of that stuff. Here's the other part that though I would say, and you know, come back to me please if I don't answer. The other part I think that's really important, because when I retired, you know, I retired in a community. So Lori and her husband David, he's like a hero in life as far as I'm concerned. He's like the most amazing hero in my world. We bought this house in 1999 because Michael knows this. I was getting ready to go be General Jumper's executive officer. And I said, well, I'll probably get promoted to colonel because I've got a 4-star. It's going to sign my promotion recommendation. But after that, it's all done. So let's figure out where we're going to retire. So 1999, we bought this piece of property. We'd never lived near MacDill, never been at MacDill. The thing, and so, you know, we're here now. The thing that I think that I watch a lot is how do we include the warriors, you know, into the community? I think that's been the hardest thing for me, is because I don't know anybody here. My fault, we lived here. But it's how do you do that? But in the long haul of worrying about the military, the only thing I always think about is what's the demand signal and what are the resources? What's today's fight and what's the 5-year fight? What do we think about how to commit things and how to think about the future? So those are, as a organized, train, and equip person in the Pacific, I watched that. As a combatant commander, you know, I watched that. So I don't worry about the military per se, because I think that I mean, they're the heart and soul of support and defend the Constitution is amazing. But it's how do you balance those two things? Does that come close to answering anything that you asked?
Yes, ma'am, we're getting a huge thumbs up. So outstanding. Got another question up front?
Good afternoon, man. My name is Rudy Novak. I'm a air battle manager, formerly of the 552 ACW, so thank you for what you do. So my question is about a little bit off topic from why we're here today, but just based on your background, I would love to hear your thoughts. Innovation efforts, specifically for domain awareness and homeland defense, are we moving fast enough? There's been a sense of urgency today, whether from Chief of Staff of the Air Force, General Brown, about it, and just moving faster. Are we doing enough for? Yeah, that's my question.
So the issue is, you're exactly correct. I mean, you know, I've listened to General Van Herk. He's been phenomenal as the commander out in Colorado. I mean, he's just been amazing. the issue, it comes down to budget, right? Where do we want to spend our money? Where do we see the biggest threat? What is it? I mean, during my time, the big threat was Kim Jong-un, and then hurricanes. So the question is, where do we see the biggest threat? Where do we want to spend our money? Who's going to get it and who's going to take care of it? So are we moving fast enough? Here, I'm going to ask you to do something. Go look at a map. And when you look at the map, don't look at the map from the United States point of view or from the European point of view. Look at the map from the North Pole. And look at how close Russia is from that. And then contemplate, add on to that, what China's thinking about and how they're trying to, include themselves in this Arctic space. But look at that map. And it always amazed me when I would show people that, when I was the commander out in Colorado, what that map looked like. Because it's a totally different map than what most people perceive. And so I guess, are we doing it fast enough? All I can tell you is, I don't know. But we have competing interests. And one of the things that I talked about a lot in testimony was, we keep trying to pick our feet out of the sand and dip it into the snow, but every time we try to dip it into the snow, the sand picks us back. And so, it's all these competing interests, and it goes back to, how do we want to use our military? Where do we want our military to be focused? And what is it, that we want them to do? And then are we resourcing them appropriately? Did I answer his question?
Yes, ma'am. I'm getting a big thumbs up.
Okay.
I had a question that came in that ties into the why. One of the things they talk about is why you continue to serve. And if you could think back to your time around the 10-year point, is crucial for most military service. What why drove you to continue on with your service?
Because I loved what I did. I absolutely loved what I did. I loved being an air battle manager at the fighter weapons school. I loved being an instructor in my squadron. I loved taking people and making them better than me. My heart and soul was in this. And I just think that I just absolutely adored every single second. Sometimes people say, what would you change? I wouldn't change a thing. I had the absolutely most amazing life because people believed in me. And I put my heart and soul in it. My passion for what we do as airmen. My passion for what we do, as the Department of Defense. And I wouldn't change a thing. So at the 10-year point, David and I we were married, and they were going to send him to Korea and me to Japan. And, I was like, well, you're the fighter pilot, you're the Thunderbird pilot, you're the guy that got promoted early. I'm just an air battle manager, so I'll get out. And he said to me, and what would you do if you got out? And I said, yikes, I don't know. But at the end of the day, he chose to go to the reserves and chose to fly for the airlines. And I just happened to have great mentors and great people that put me in places. But what I was passionate about was the mission, the airmen, and their families. And there was nothing else that I cared more about than that.
Nice. So I've got time for one last question, and then we'll turn it back in over to you for closing comments, ma'am. I saw a gentleman in the middle, hand up.
Hi, ma'am. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Dwight Rabe. Work at the Pentagon for Air University, overseeing the fellows for all Air and Space Force. Thanks for speaking to us today. So my question stems from your last answer about families, having a passion for families. Can you just tell us, how do you approach leading and taking care of families to enable airmen to be their best?
No, that's great. So here's a couple things I would say. So David and so my husband's a retired 2-star general. So when I was the PACAF commander, you know, he stopped flying for the airlines, he stopped being in the reserves, and he became my spouse, full time. Here's a 2-star fighter pilot, for God's sake, right? And we would go to wing commanders' calls and go to wing visits. And, you know, Lori Robinson, who's an air battle manager, you know, is crawling around airplanes, and my husband, who's a fighter pilot, is going to the Child Development Center. Here's what I would tell you about taking care of families. I relied on him to talk to me about what's happening with families. I relied on him at the end of every single day to say, here's what I saw. And when we would finish those visits, and this is why squadron commanders and group commanders and wing commanders have to be so honest. I remember the visits I would have when I was a wing commander, or, you know, when my boss had as a wing commander, to sit and talk about what's happening on the installation, what's happening with the families, and what are the things that we think we can do better for our families. And so I relied on him, and I relied on the subordinate commanders to tell the truth, and to make sure that when I walked away, I could bring stuff back to the staff. David could bring stuff back to the staff that said, here's the things that we need to work on, and bring it up to higher headquarters. So the other thing I would like to tell you is that we never talked about ourselves as being General and General Robinson. We were Team Robinson. This was a team. We were a team in this endeavor. And so I sit back and I go back to the point where it's so important that you as leaders empower the people that are subordinate to you to tell you the truth. That you create the environment where they're not worried about what they're going to say, because everyone wants to tell the boss the good stuff. What nobody wants to tell the boss is the bad and the ugly stuff. And what the boss really needs to hear is the bad and the ugly stuff. But if you as leaders don't create that environment, then they're not gonna tell you. And so the family part is hard, because, you know, we like to talk about work-life balance. I sucked. Okay, I'll just tell you that I sucked. But we need to, you know, continue to talk about that, and we need to continue to bring it forward, and we need to continue to help those around us to tell us what's going on. In the mission support group for the Air Force, and I'll just speak for the Air Force, in the mission support group, you know, in what's happening about our kids at the Child Development Centers, in what's happening about, you know, what people are doing. So I would talk to families all the time, especially when people were getting ready to deploy. I'd bring the families in and I would go, okay, here's what's going on. Here's what's happening. So I think it's a team effort. I think it's a commander's effort. I think it's an effort where, again, we have to be willing to stand up and listen to what's going on and to bring it forward. I don't know if that's a good answer, but it's kind of the way I dealt with it.
Well, ma'am, based on that, I've got some good news. It's just been an incredible conversation. The bad news, our time is coming to an end. So I'll turn it over to you for some closing comments before I close out the conference.
Well, first of all, thank you. Thanks for doing a great job. And I'm proud of you. And I'm proud of all the other FEFs. I mean, it's such a great experience. You all, day to day, you kind of go, okay, this is great. But when you look back at it, you'll go, this is astonishing. And you're going to sit back and you're going to go, I got to see some amazing people, got to see some amazing things. I got to, you know, like wind down a little bit, right? And I got to learn. And I didn't have to cram the learning in between the working. And so I just think all of you are blessed to be where you are. I'm humbled to be a part of this. I wish I was there in person, but it wasn't going to be. And so I just want to say thanks for the opportunity. And Michael, thank you for thinking of me. I appreciate it an awful lot.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Jen Robinson, it's been a pleasure and an honor to be able to work with you on this forum. I also want to say a huge Brookings thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you for coming out. Michael Hanlon, thanks for leading this up. Alejandra and the rest of the RAs, if it wasn't for the support team, this wouldn't have happened. Then lastly, my fellow FEFs, Brad, Marcos, Scott, you guys set the bar really hard, and hopefully I made that high bar and touched it myself. So on that behalf, thank you for a wonderful day, and all of our viewers online, have an incredible day. Thank you.
Thanks.